when they've done the hair, I took out that bit off my hair as well.
So love one another. Jesus commands that we love our enemies, that we pray for them.
Storming up red boys!
What country is this? I love it. Oh, it's easier when you...
Mate, Great Britain.
Are you English?
Well, I am. He's Ukrainian. No, he's Ukrainian. Swiss, did you say?
Love you, mate.
Ukrainian.
No, yeah.
Have you been?
I'm going to lose my mind.
Last summer, like, what's going on there? Is it like completely blocked off?
I suspect it is. So look, these people are giving up on the way. So
Why are they?
well, they're going to walk down. They're going to try and get rid of it.
The rest, like, students must be there, I think.
I think this is.
Do you want me to?
Well, I don't know. They've had a.
How are we going to get there?
You have to think in terms of which side.
You block that way, mate.
They closed the bridge, but a lot of people are going around that. Probably they said it's for weight.
Probably put no one.
No, they've closed the people are filtering off some way. So a lot of people going that way.
Jesus Christ. Whoever believes in Jesus will not perish, but have everlasting life. The God did not send the Son into the world to condemn us.
They cannot block freedom of movement. We say no. They cannot block freedom of
Is it? Do you want me to?
I'll be here, yeah? She won't recognise me, will she? Come, girls. Really got
Try and find a difference.
Who do you work for, mate?
Reuters.
Storm that bridge. Storm that bridge. Storm that bridge.
Yeah, Whitehall.
He's asking.
Well, yeah.
He's asking if we can move.
Or where to? You can't let them go. The other thing you've got to realise, let me speak. What is their more appetite? They should 2 hours,
Counter.
That's on the other side quite a lot. I don't know whether we have a TV crew that can look at it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the main TV crew on this. That is more important than regular light show. What you can have is I'll stay here and while you're recording.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. I'm Dan Wootton. This is Outspoken episode number.
We are done being gagged. We are done watching our communities crumble at the hands of open border, mass, uncontrolled immigration. Our women, our daughters are scared to walk the streets. Their safety has been taken from them. And what do the elite do? Just last week, they took Epping community to court, and they said in court that the rights of migrants, undocumented migrants that we know nothing about, supersede the rights of the local community. They told the world that Somalians, Afghanis, Pakistanis, and all of their rights supersede yours, the British public, the people that built this nation, the people whose families have sacrificed for this nation. We have gone from 30,000 people to 100,000 people to 200,000 people to millions of people. Flags are flying across our country. It's a beautiful sight. And as all of this happens, the government are attempting to do a U-turn. Politicians all of a sudden are finding courage, and they're parroting the things that we have said for 15 years. They targeted us, they slandered us, they demonised us, they attacked us, and they imprisoned us. But they can see the people power, they can see the shift. Now, Keir Starmer was elected off of 9 million votes. 9 million votes. He slivered into Parliament with 9 million votes. 20 million British people didn't bother to vote. Who are those people? It's us. People like you, people like me, who have been told their voices do not matter. We are here today to tell you, the British public, your voices matter. And when we energise, when we captivate, when we electrify those 20 million people, that is when we regain power of our country. To see the grassroots protests across the country, outside the hotels, it's inspired this country. The women have led it. The women have led it. And when 1 million or 2 million today becomes 20 million, power returns to the people. Now, who would have thought just 12 months ago we would have millions of flags across this country? We would have millions roaring in London. The revolution is here. They can't stop it. Be vocal, stand tall, and be proud. Now, I want to talk about unity in a minute. But as I lay in prison on solitary confinement for making a documentary, a brilliant documentary, I had a vision as I lay in that cell thinking about this day, thinking about a cultural revolution. Never, ever could I have expected the scenes we are seeing today in London. Now, as I was preparing for this, I dug up a video from 10 years ago where I gave a speech. For the last 15 years, it's felt like we're banging our heads against the wall. It's felt like people don't love their country. Let me show you that video. You're watching this video, share it. Man the fuck up. Get out on the streets. Where is your English pride? Where is your... And we were on our own, there wasn't many. Now I want to play you a video of a beautiful song that asks the same question.
Where are the men of England, those heroes brave and bold? Where are the men who bled and died in foreign wars untold? The men who conquered all and stood for faith and love. The men who looked to guidance from the Father up above. Where are the men of England, the heroes brave and bold? The men who stood for faith and truth, whose honour wasn't sold. Where were the men of England when abusers so depraved took the daughters of our nation who forever they enslaved? What of the men of England that looked the other way? They took the country's shilling, they never made their play. Where are the men of England, the heroes brave and bold? The men who stood for faith and truth, whose honour wasn't sold. The vile police and vice squad, they all seem quite amused, as at the hands of groomers our daughters were abused. The politicians blamed the lads who stood up one and all. Most of all, they blamed the one who always took the fall. Where are the men of England, the heroes brave and bold? The men who stood for faith and truth, whose honour wasn't sold. Where are you, men of England? For now we all must stand. The future of our children is still within your hand. The future not yet written for this green and pleasant land. Where are you, men of England, the heroes brave and bold? The men who stood for faith and truth, whose honour wasn't sold. Where are the men of England, the heroes brave and bold? The men who stood for faith and truth, whose honour wasn't sold. Where are you, men of England? For now we all must stand. The future of our children is still within your hand. Where are you, men of England? For now we all must stand. The future of our children is still within your hand. The future not yet written for this green and England. For now we all must stand. The future of our children is still within your hand.
So let me ask you, where are the men from England? they are. But this isn't just about England. It's about Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. So, we thank you. Let me have a thank you and let me hear some noise for the Scottish Patriots who have travelled here today. God bless Scotland. And now, let me hear it. Let me hear it for the Welsh who have travelled here today. And now, next one, let me hear it for Northern Ireland. But as I look at my mother standing in this crowd, we want to unite everybody. My mum was born in Ireland. Let's hear it for the Irish Patriots. I know many of them are here today. Do you know today, Republicans and Loyalists have travelled together from Belfast to this event. But there's one flag. There's one flag that brings all of us crazy people together. Let's hear it for Great Britain. Let me tell you what I see today. Something that was asleep for so long. I see the British spirit. They have underestimated us for so long. And time again, every time they think they beat us down, we come back stronger. Look at these crowds, man. Now, everyone who's here today, let's look at what brings us to... I done the Men of England, I asked for but what brings us all together? Let's not look at what differences we have. Every one of you are here today, from England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, even Australia, Canada. You are here because you love your country. You love your children. And we want a better future and a safe future for them. Wow, my throat, man. Wow. Do you know, the best thing is, everyone who's going to speak today, they tried to break. They tried to stop. And we are all sending a message because none of the people here today, none of them backed down. We rode the storm, we weathered the storm, and today we are the storm. Now, the next lady, there's a lady I admire. And you know what? If you listen to me, I moan a lot. I talk about all the problems I've had, all the bad things that have happened to me. It's like poor Tommy. The next lady who's coming up, when you hear what they put her through, when you hear what they did to her, she doesn't even moan about it. It was only when I sat down on a podcast and heard her full story, that I looked at her in total awe. This is a woman in Britain that young girls and women should look up to. Let's play the video of who's talking next.
With music, Patrick Bonkers Britain. And whatever happens to him there, often we will give a single flying toss. You are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together.
Why are you in my
But it's interesting to me that we're celebrating the wrong things in this society. If you don't like it, you can offer to pick. Let me check.
Katie Hopkins, come on.
Well, don't you all look lovely today? This is how your capital city should look on a daily basis. There is only one man that could have made this happen today, and that man is Tommy Robinson. And let me tell you, you've been called many things. You've been pushed to the back of the line. You've been given labels. You've been smeared by the mainstream media, by the BBC, by all the people who put you down. But you are none of those things, because you are great people indeed. And they have tried to silence us. They took my friend Tommy and they put him in prison. They took my friend Charlie and they shot him. They tried to take my children and they deported my ass from Australia. And I say fuck the Australians for that. But it doesn't matter. They can put us in prison. They can shoot us. They can lock us up, but they will not stop us now. Because we are not here because we hate. We are not here because we want bad things for other people. We are here because we grew up knowing freedoms, and we will get those freedoms back for our kids and our grandchildren. Yes, we will. And I will say three things. I speak for no one but myself. And I remain the biggest bitch in Britain. But let me say, I don't care what religion you are. Just don't try and take your religion and shove it down the faces of my children or my people. I don't care what biological sex you may think you might be. You can identify as a light if you want to. I will take a light bulb and I will shove it up your ass if it makes you happy. I don't care. But do not ask me to believe the same shit that you believe. There are only two biological sexes, and that's all there will ever be. And when it comes to race and colour, we all got along very well for a good 20, 30 years till they started to divide us. We don't care what colour you are. We don't care where you come from. But if you want to come to this fine country, you better come here. You better work hard. You better fit in. You better love our flag, because if you don't want to fit in, then you can fuck off. Yeah. My darlings, remember this feeling Remember this day. Remember what Tommy Robinson has achieved against all the odds, because each one of you showed up, and I bloody love you all for it. You are told that you are alone. You are told that you don't matter. Take it from me, and you can take it to the bank. You are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together. Thank you for listening to me, London. Thank you.
Now, I always like telling stories or through music. And this next song now is going to tell all of our stories of why we're here and why we care. And it's going to be sung. I always used to watch X Factor. It's going to be sung by Charlie Healy, who was in X Factor. Charlie, come on, son.
London, how we doing? We feeling good? Okay. I need everyone to help me out with this one. We ready? Get them warmed up. Let's go.
The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The further you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can't deny me, you can't decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Though you doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong. The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You have me how was a Jericho. Your lies will come tumbling. Deny my place in time. You squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you. 'Cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it. Though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no. Something inside so strong. Whoa. Something inside so strong.
Lennon, thank you so much for letting me be here today. It's an absolute honor. Big shout out to Tommy. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Brothers and sisters, when we insist we're just not good enough. Oh. When we know better, just look them in the eyes and say, I'm gonna do it anyway.
I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway. Come on. Something inside so strong. Oh Lord, I know that I can make it. Wrong, so wrong. You thought that my power was wrong. Inside so strong, yeah, so strong. Oh no, I know that I can make it, but you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my power was wrong. Oh no, something inside so strong. Whoa, something inside so strong. No, 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 no. Something inside so strong. Whoa, something inside so strong. London, thank you so much. Cheers.
And we're having a concert outside Whitehall. Do you know how many people are watching this live now on X? 1 million people are watching live right now. The world is watching. Do you know how the media, the British media today, have described all of you people? Far-right hooligans. They don't realise they are irrelevant. We are the media, okay? We are the new media. Now, when I was censored, deplatformed, and made invisible, I done the most important work I've ever done in my life. We made multiple documentaries called The Rape of Britain. I'm just going to play you a promo quickly of one of those films.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will look for you. I will find you.
There's a man going round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come.
Hang on, look. Listen. Simple question then, Dave. Did you rape her after Ahmed Nawaz raped her?
Over 200 men's names were identified by your police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that?
Well, I've got some allegations to you. You've been raping young girls in restaurants, but what the fuck out of
That's not right. Why would I go? Young girls are named you as raping young children. I have multiple young girls, school children, on camera. I have multiple young girls who allege that you're involved in raping them and prostituting.
We have serious allegations from children who say that you were involved in the rape and prostitution of them, that you were a kingpin having them trafficked. I bet you didn't see me, did you? I've got some questions to ask you about allegations of child rape. You raped a 12-year-old girl, you took her virginity in the house next door to a mosque in Telford.
Why would 3 individual girls who do not know each other all be telling me and giving me statements that you have been involved in their grooming, in their trafficking and in their prostitution?
Yeah, well, can we talk? I've got some questions. We have accusations that you trafficked young children. You trafficked young children. You were the kingpin. You chose who they were raped by. You prostituted them. She thought you was you dragged her knickers off her when she was 12 years old in the house next door to the mosque.
Look at these guys just making.
What were you doing hanging around with 13-year-old school children?
You put on your car bonnet and you raced off because you were angry because you had been sleeping with your best friend Imran's underage girlfriend. Men in this town, Pakistani men in this town, got away with destroying young girls' lives. Now, you're famous. Everyone's going to know who you are.
When the man comes around.
If you haven't watched those films, you can at trfilms.co.uk. I'd like to say a thank you to the ladies, the brave, courageous, fearless ladies who stood up, put their faces on TV to help expose the biggest and darkest stain in our country's history. How, as a nation, did we allow this to happen? How? Has there not already been a revolution in our country over the rape, jihad that has been committed against our daughters across Britain? Now, as I spoke up about this issue for 15 years, we were attacked. But then I see so many other ladies that stood up. And I know one lady who stood up in the town of Rotherham. The world knows about the stories from Rotherham. They were exposed because of a brave lady who decided to speak out with her face, with her reputation. And do you know what? She carried on living in Rotherham. I still don't understand how, yeah? Because I know what these gangs are like. I know how fearful she must have been. And brave ladies have brought this to the world's attention. One of those brave ladies is going to speak to you now. Her name is Sammy Woodhouse.
Absolutely fucking beautiful. Now, I'm going to talk about something that's really important, something that I'm really passionate about, and unfortunately, something that I've lived. Now, I'm going to start with Rotherham, a town that you've probably all heard of. When I was 14 years old, I met a man called Arshad Hussain. I was criminally and sexually exploited for 2 years. Oh, sorry. I was criminalised and I was also made pregnant. My son is now 24 years old. But the truth is, this didn't just happen to me. It was happening to thousands of children in my town and right across the UK from the 1960s. On one occasion, a man called Jahangir Akhtar, who went on to be a Labour politician and the deputy leader of Rotherham Council, and a police officer called PC Hassan Ali, made a no prosecution deal with my rapist. So when he abducted me, they said if he came back and handed me at a petrol station, he would walk free. The very people that were paid to protect failed. They were also complicit in what we know now. They was also involved in raping some of those children. Now, when I exposed Rotherham, I took all my evidence, including tape recordings of police officers, and I gave it to the Times newspaper. I was fortunate enough to go on to get criminal justice, and my rapist was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Now, I continue to work as an activist because, as I say, this is something that's been happening all over the country and something that is still happening today. People think that this is a thing of the past. I tell you right now, it's not. Now, I did another exposure back in 2018 when Rotherham Council invited my rapist into my son's life to apply for contact or even full custody through the family courts. Now, many people will know how corrupt our family courts are. They are thousands of women around the country being forced to have contact with the very men that raped them because they had children from their rapes. Something our government still know about and still are allowing. Now, I'm very fortunate to be able to stand here today and share my story. There's many survivors that aren't living today. And I want to tell you about an incredible family called the Sheeran family. Now, when I came to work at Urban School, I interviewed a woman called Anne Sheeran. And then I went on to make a documentary with 2C TV to share their horrific story. Now, Andrew's daughter was called Jodie. Jodie was gang raped in her hometown of Stoke-on-Trent when she was a child. She was gang raped on Eid, and after they gang raped her, they poured curry powder all over her. Now, Jodie, like me, became pregnant, and she went on to tell the police of what had happened to her. The man got charged, and what they thought was going to go to court for justice. They dropped the trial just as it was starting. That was something that Jodie felt very, very difficult to deal with. She turned to drink, and unfortunately, she passed away. Now her son, Jaden, and her mother, Anne, they're fighting still for this day to get some sort of criminal justice in a victimless prosecution. Now, before I go, I'm just going to ask you all to support the Sheeran family, just like many of you have supported me. And I want you all to remember Jodie Sheeran. Thank you, and I'll see you all day. Have a good day.
Right. What a brave lady. Let's give her a round of applause again, everyone. Come on. Now, as I went through the stories and got to know the survivors in Telford, one brave lady said there was one song that she listened to that told her story. Now, when you listen to the lyrics in this song, I want you all to think and listen to and know what happened to Britain's daughters, and listen to the words and the meaning of this song that's going to be sung now, okay? Oh, we need a medic. Who's a medic? We need a medic over here.
Yes, I just need to...
We've got a medic, yeah? lady who's going to sing this for you now is the beautiful Kelly Lamb. She's travelled here each time. She's travelled here each time from Canada. I want you to know that every person that's speaking and singing here today have paid their own fares. No one's being paid. They've all volunteered their time to come here today. Kelly?
Hello, Britain! What a crowd! Thank you for your patience. I'm a little shorter than everybody else here, so cheers. I think he explained the meaning of this song, so this one is for all of the victims of the terrible grooming gangs. I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one love you as you are. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words want to cut me down, gonna send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Oh, another round of bullets hits my skin. Far away, they say, I won't let the shame sink in. We are bursting through the barricades and reaching for the sun. We are warriors, yeah, that's what we become. I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words want to cut me down, gonna send a flood, I'm gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. When the sharpest words want to cut me down, gonna send a flood, I'm gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Cheers. God bless you, Britain. God bless you.
To, again, think about what we as a nation allowed to happen to our daughters, to the politicians, to the journalists who talk about these girls like they're statistics. They're our daughters. They're our sisters. Now, an army of women recently have been rising. It's been so encouraging to see. As women, the pink ladies, let's hear it for the pink ladies, yeah? The pink ladies have inspired this entire country. These numbers are here today. You played your part, ladies. It's beautiful to watch as the mothers start speaking out. They're not afraid anymore. Who remembers? Let me play you a quick video, yeah? Let me play you a video. Remember this?
But it looks like the police are trying to cause a scene. Look at that! Look what they're doing! Look what the police are doing! What are they doing? What are the police doing here? What are they doing? Just for the public stairs. Have a look at this.
All they do when they do this, yeah? In fact, let's have a round of applause for the brave lady that has not backed down. Come on, Sarah. One of the yipping mothers.
Close to my mouth. Hi, everyone. My fellow countrymen and patriots, I stand before you today not as a politician, certainly not as an expert, but what I truly am, a mother of 3 beautiful children who deserve a safe, fair and secure future in this country. And I know I'm not alone, because every mother, every grandmother and every woman here today knows what it means to worry for the next generation. Because we are the ones that carry the weight of tomorrow on our shoulders. Because we raise tomorrow. But I also stand here carrying the story of others. Recently, I met a couple called Daz and Jodie, whose daughter, Lola, tragically choked whilst eating dinner. Lola survived, but she has been left with an irreversible brain injury. And if that heartbreak wasn't enough, Lola's family have faced a second tragedy, the failure of our own authorities. Instead of providing the care, the funding and support families like Lola's so desperately need, they have been abandoned, left to fight a system that strips away help at every single turn. And yet, while our own children suffer without the proper support, our government bends over backwards to hand out resourcing, funding and housing to undocumented men who come into this country illegally. Tell me, where is the fairness in that? Where is the justice for children like Lola who didn't ask for this life, and families like Lola's who are simply trying to survive? I too have felt the weight of injustice. When I stood up for what I knew was right, I was brutally arrested by the police. Arrested not because I had done wrong, but because I dared to fly our national flag with pride. And in that moment, I realised something. They wanted to send a message. They wanted every woman in this country to see me in handcuffs and think if they can arrest her, they can arrest anyone. Well, let me tell you something. They're right. They can arrest one woman. They can arrest 10 women. But they cannot silence us all. Because when women stand up together, when mothers rise together, no force, no government, and certainly no police can hold us down. We are the backbone of this nation, the protectors, the nurturers, the fighters when our children need us most. And if we do not stand up for our rights, for our children's futures, and for families like Lola's, then who will? So let today be the beginning of something new, a movement led by women, powered by mothers, driven by love for our families and for our country. Together, we will rise, we will demand change, and we will shape the Britain our children deserve. Because when women stand together, nothing and no one can silence us. Love the country in which you live, or go and live in the country you love. This is Great Britain! Thank you.
Madam. Now, for too long, our children have been indoctrinated to hate who they are through the education system, to pollute their minds. And as all of this happens, every other culture and identity is celebrated. You cannot allow the education system to have control over your children. You have to teach your children who they are. You have to teach them to be proud of their culture, proud of their history. Now, who remembers the story where a young girl wore a union dress and she went to school and they sent her home from school? It was Culture Day. So cultures were being celebrated. So she wore her British dress to celebrate her culture, and the school sent her home. She went to school that day to deliver a speech on her culture to a classroom of 30 children. There are currently 1.3 million people watching this live. Courtney Wright, come and deliver your speech, darling. Get out of the way. Let's hear it for this brave little British girl. Come on.
Even though I'm only 13, I already know how lucky we are to live in this country. Britain is our home. It's a place built on courage, sacrifice and freedom. Millions before us fought to protect it, and it's our duty to love it, respect it and keep it strong. We may be young, but we are the future, and together, with pride in our hearts, we will always stand for our great nation. I wrote a speech for my Culture Day at school, and I was silent. Silent because I'm a British girl and my voice didn't count. Do you want to hear my speech, London Patriots? Today, I want to talk about my culture, British culture, and why it's important to me. In Britain, we have lots of traditions, including drinking tea. I love to talk about the weather, and we have the royal family. We have amazing history like kings and queens, castles and writers like Shakespeare. It's also modern, diverse and always changing, with music, fashion and food from all around the world blending into daily life. And let's not forget about fish and chips. It's also the way we speak, our humour, our values of fairness and politeness, and the mix of old traditions and new ideas. But sometimes in school we only hear about other cultures, which is great because learning about different countries is interesting and important. But it can feel like being British doesn't count as a culture just because it's a majority. I think culture should be for everyone, not just for people from other countries or backgrounds. Being British is still a culture, and it matters too. So let's celebrate all cultures, whether they come from far away or right here at home. Thank you.
Her parents must be so bloody proud. Where are they? Let's have a round of applause for her mum and dad as well. Come on. Make sure your children are proud of their country, proud of its history, and proud of their culture. What a brave little girl. Wow. Now, as there's been an uprising of women across Britain, again, absolutely beautiful to watch. I saw another lady singing a song, and it just brought a smile to my face every time I see it, and every time I listen to it. So, you come up now and perform that song for us, darling.
Hello, everyone. Wow. What a privilege it is to be on this stage. Oh, unbelievable. I just want to start by saying, I just can't get over it. Look, wow. Unbelievable. Look at all these Patriots. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. You're amazing. You're going to make a real difference today. We are literally a part of history. Everything is going to change from today. This is it. Ready? Keir Starmer, the granny harmer, wants us mixed up in Israel drama. Yes, the same prick that hates on the farmers and make grannies freeze in their pyjamas. He's a traitor, an undercover dictator, a war instigator. He wants to fuck around and mess with human nature. Going round kids is satanic behaviour. And we ain't gonna fight no war, and we ain't gonna play no more. Sitting in silence, 'cause we know your game is to push us to violence. And we ain't gonna fight no war, and we ain't gonna play no more. We say no to the Israel war. Don't you know his dad's a toolmaker? Well, I'd say he made a perfect violator. A top knob and an Englishman hater. A Ukrainian boy penetrator. Man knows firsthand how Jimmy fixed it. Fully involved, but the men missed it. Hidden evidence because they didn't want to risk it. Kept Starmer quiet with a rich tea biscuit. Lies and corruption on every news station. Don't you dare speak about immigration. Gender 30s and full operation. As we continue to lie to the nation. And we ain't gonna fight no war, and we ain't gonna play no more. Sitting in silence, 'cause we know your game is to push us to violence. And we ain't gonna fight no war, and we ain't gonna play no more. We say no to the Israel war, no war. No war. No war. Thank you. Sorry.
You know how nervous she was about that? She smashed it, didn't she? Absolutely smashed it. Now again, I think the next lady who's going to speak now, I've watched her speeches. I think she's probably single-handedly the best speaker and representative at putting her point across, I'd say, on the planet. Okay? She's unbelievable, she's amazing, she's beautiful. Who's next? Play the video.
So let me promise you right here, right now, I will not stop fighting for them. I will not stop fighting for the truth, and I will not stop fighting for my people. The time of zero accountability will come to an end, and I will promise you, we will make Europe great again.
Eva Vandenbroek.
Britons, Patriots, my friends. Today, I call upon all of you to invoke the help of your country's patron saint, St. George. Legend holds But I will say, ladies and gentlemen, it is not a minute too late that you guys are all here. Because our civilization is on the brink of destruction. As a result of mass immigration everywhere in Europe, we are losing our homelands. We are becoming minorities in our own countries. In many cities, this is already the case. Here, where we are today in London, a shocking 41% of all people are foreign-born, and the total immigrant population lies at 60%. I don't have to tell you what the consequences of that are. The fruits of mass immigration are insecurity, impoverishment, and cultural decay. Here in London, you can't walk around with your phone in your hands without the risk of it getting stolen. But who cares about phones when your daughters are being raped? And the perpetrators who do it tell them that that is what white girls are for. That, plus the fact that the authorities, the very same people who were supposed to protect them, repeat that same rhetoric. That is what constitutes a betrayal on a level that we have never seen before. And make no mistake, the Rotherham rapes, they didn't just happen in Rotherham. They happened all over the continent as well. On a daily basis, everywhere in Europe, unsuspecting white boys and girls, men and women are assaulted, raped, and murdered every single day. So let's not beat around the bush here. We are witnessing the rape, replacement, and murder of our people. But I am here today to tell you, no more. This today is not the time for compromise. Today is not the time to just keep calm and carry on. Today is the time to get angry, demand change, and fight back. Because it's not just that our establishment doesn't care about us, or that they failed to simply protect us. Make no mistakes, they are the ones who have betrayed us. They are the ones who are actively selling us out. And they are the ones that are making us pay for our own destruction. And what if you speak out against them? What if you speak the truth? Well, in this country, you run the risk of getting thrown in jail for longer than the immigrant who has raped your daughter. That is the UK in 2025 under Keir Starmer. Nothing short of a tyrannical state. But, ladies and gentlemen, do not despair. Do not become demoralized, because that is exactly what they want you to do. Because when I look at you, when I look at this sea of flags, I know that it is far from over for us. Both we, the Dutch, and you, the English, we have mastered the seas. We have conquered the world. And that same spirit of our ancestors still runs through our veins to this day. We are the sons and daughters of the greatest nations on earth. If anyone can get their countries back, it is us. Change is possible. Remigration is possible, and it is up to us to make it happen. We are Generation Remigration. We will not back down. We will not be silenced. and by the grace of God, we will claim our countries back. Thank you.
Send them back. So I don't know if any of you realise that by attending here today, you will inspire so many people. And I know that as a fact. Because 3 years ago, I was pretty lost. I was deplatformed, I was censored, I was on my own in a foreign country, I was lonely. And then I watched as the Irish took to the streets of their country, led by the mothers of Ireland. And they started marching in their country. And that inspired me. I travelled straight to Ireland. It relit the fire in my belly. I travelled straight to Ireland and I made a documentary called Plantation 2, Rise of the Celts, to tell the story of the invasion of Ireland as the mothers of Ireland made it an international news story. I'm going to play that promo now.
They're scared, Tommy. They're not only scared, they're petrified for their children.
I really don't feel safe for my kids or for my future.
Well, a lot of them are afraid. I know women that can't even go to work anymore, that won't walk because it's too fearful. And that's a sad reality of Ireland today.
Yeah, I was attacked last year.
You was?
I was, in town.
I have 2 rapes by males, one in a local pub and one in this car park. Another one.
They're literally grabbing you on the street. If they look at you and they like you, they're having you.
Like all the attacks I know that have happened to friends of mine in town, nobody has been arrested.
Why did you think it acceptable that you wanted to rape a 14-year-old child?
I had been sexually assaulted while I was completely out cold. It's just terrified me and it's traumatised me. Like, I have PTSD, I have to deal with that.
What are you saying to me, your sister? What did you say to her?
Where's all the women and children? Where's it all men that have suddenly arrived in our village?
There's millions of men coming in. Where are all the women?
I live here. I want to know where you came from and why you are here. If it keeps going on the way it is, our town won't be recognisable.
It's going to be your kids next. It's going to be your mother next. It's going to be your niece next. And you got allow this shit.
We're not going to sit back and allow this. This is our children's future. We're fighting for it.
Ireland for the Irish.
This is my home. This is my country. This is my culture. And I won't sit back and see it wiped out.
Now, the next speaker who's travelled here today, Terry McMahon, is a film director, a multi-award winner, the producer of the This Is Ireland, watched by millions. Years ago, he spoke up. They tried to silence him. They tried to cancel him. He's here today to say he's not cancelled, he's not silenced, and he's going to speak on behalf of the Republic of Ireland. Terry.
Tommy told me to stay under here, but if you're going to get wet, I'm going to get wet with you. 600 artists signed a petition in Ireland to have a festival cancelled that was a celebration of Irish culture. They'll probably cancel me for speaking with you here today as well, but what the hell? Ireland is on her knees, and she has learned from you. The government has learned from you how to accelerate. Van Morrison was the only Irish artist to speak out against the insanity of lockdowns. Remember these? He knew these were more than masks. They were muzzles designed to control communication, stop dissent, stun the soul. They tried to annihilate Van, to send a message. If we can silence one of the greatest voices of all time, imagine what we can do to you. You who are supposed to be too terrified to speak out, too scared to even whisper. The Irish government tried to force through a referendum to change the meaning of family and remove mother from the Constitution. Our national leader calls the Irish mongrels. Irish Times journalist calls us dogs. Our Minister for Justice called us scumbags. These people trying to force through hate speech laws, yet the only hatred we see is coming from them against us. And where are the artists? Where are the heroes? Where are the rebels? Degenerates in both of our beautiful but broken countries came for our kids, maligning mothers and fathers as mangy mutts and malevolent mongrels. Maybe they were right. Maybe we are a different breed. Maybe we are loyal dogs. Maybe we are dangerous dogs. Maybe we are the dogs of war! All humans are born equal, but not all ideas are, particularly the ones publicly declaring their intention to subvert and destroy our civilization from within. We know what divides us. Every day, politicians and media and schools tell us who to hate and train us in how to hate them. But look around you. Men, women, boys, girls, young, old, left, right, gay, straight, brown, white, all of different faiths and different classes. Excuse me. And you are all unified in the core truth that our political, social, ethical, and moral way of life is now under sustained attack. And the cowards cancelling us here today, despite your contempt, we are marching for you too, to protect you from being forced to be too frightened to speak out, too scared to even whisper. And to you young kids here, if you really want to know where the hell the heroes and the rebels and the artists are, they're standing right beside you. Your mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and fellow citizens of all faiths and all colors who finally found the collective courage to stand up against actual monsters are the real heroes. You are the actual rebels, the protectors of power. I have a flag here. I'm going to unfurl it in front of you. And it's amazing to be unfurling this flag in this country. And I do it with respect, and I do it with love for my nation, and I do it in the recognition that Ireland is not owned by sellout, psychotic, censorious politicians. Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, belongs to her people. We still have the poetry and the blood of the proclamation pumping through our veins. Ireland, England, we are, right now, more than any time in history, brothers and sisters. We have a common enemy, and we have a common love. And we have love or we have hate. And they hate us, but we love each other. Thank you for having me.
There are 650 politicians in that building over there. How many of them are here today? We've got politicians who have travelled from every country in Europe, pretty much. Yet we can't find one. Don't kid yourself, so we've had a political revolution. If there was any member of parliament in there who represented the people truly, they would have come here today and spoke with you. Why? Some people may ask, we've got lots of European politicians here. We are uniting the kingdom. Today we've united this kingdom like no one has ever seen before. But it's not just Britain that's being invaded. It's not just Britain that's being raped. Every single Western nation faces the same problem. An orchestrated, organised invasion and replacement of European citizens is happening. We, all of us, Europeans and Westerners, we have tolerated too much. They don't fear us if we're isolated. Unity is strength. I want to now introduce you one by one. Leaders and leading politicians from some of Europe's best populist, real political parties. The future leaders of Europe are here today to inspire you about the fight that's going on in their countries. If you're watching this and you're from France, if you're from Germany, Poland, Spain, any other European country, we want to unite all the patriots of Europe together for a future where we fight together. Our next speaker, let's play the video. I've looked up to this man, followed his journey, as I have all of these gentlemen. Eric Zamore, let's see the video.
Mes chers amis,
my dear friends,
je suis venu ici à Londres pour vous transmettre le salut admiratif du peuple français. Le peuple français qui sait qu'on peut compter sur vous quand la liberté de nos peuples est en danger.
I have come here to London to convey to you the admiring greetings of the French people. The French people who know they can count on you when the freedom of our peoples is in danger.
Je suis heureux d'être au milieu de vous, aussi nombreux aujourd'hui. Je suis fier d'être au milieu de ce peuple anglais qui se révolte, de ce peuple anglais qui se réveille, de ce peuple anglais qui ne veut pas mourir.
I am happy to be among you, so many of you today. I am proud to be among this English people who are revolting, this English people who are awakening, this English people who refuse to die.
Pendant des siècles, vous et nous, le peuple anglais et le peuple français, nous nous sommes affrontés pour la domination de l'Europe et du monde. Aujourd'hui, nous devons oublier nos combats passés parce que nous sommes confrontés au même danger mortel.
For centuries, you and we, the English people and the French people, fought for domination of Europe and the world today. We must forget our past battles because we face the same mortal danger.
Nous sommes, vous et nous, soumis au même processus de grand remplacement de nos peuples européens par des peuples venus du Sud et de culture musulmane. Vous et nous sommes colonisés par nos anciennes colonies.
We are both subject to the same process of the great replacement of our European peoples by peoples coming from the South and of Muslim culture. You and we are being colonized by our former colonies.
Vous et nous ne voulons pas devenir minoritaires sur notre propre sol. Vous et nous ne voulons pas disparaître.
You and we do not want to become a minority on our own soil. You and we do not want to disappear.
Lorsque le général de Gaulle, notre grand homme que vous avez recueilli ici, s'est adressé à la jeunesse allemande quelques années seulement après la guerre mondiale, il leur a dit « Nous avions jadis le devoir de nous affronter, nous avons désormais le droit de nous aimer. » Je vous dirai la même chose, nous avons le devoir de nous battre ensemble.
When General de Gaulle, our great man whom you welcomed here, addressed German youth just a few years after the Second World War, he told them, "We once had the duty to fight each other. Now we have the right to love each other." I will say the same thing to you. We have the duty to fight together.
Vive, vive l'Angleterre anglaise et vive la France française.
Long live a French France and long live an English England.
Right. The next gentleman who's here today, some of you may have seen, I had an invite a few times to Danish Parliament. In fact, the first place I premiered my film, Silenced, the one I was locked up for, was in Denmark's Parliament. When the media had slandered me, demonised me and painted me and made me toxic, a brave politician still invited me to his parliament to deliver a speech on freedom of speech. I was actually won an award there. So I'd like to bring him up now. He's a friend. He's the leader of the Danish People's Party, Morten Messerschmidt.
Hello, London. Today, we are all Charlie Kirk. Charlie devoted his life speaking the truth, defending freedom and challenging those in power. And he was killed for it. But here are the realities. If Charlie had done here in today's United Kingdom what he did in his own country, it would not have been a leftist radical ending his life on the street. It would have been the authorities putting him behind bars. Shame on them. That is how far Britain has fallen from being the very cradle of free speech to a place where saying what you believe can cost you your liberty. And so here we are, standing in this beautiful day in London, standing with millions who see their country sliding into cultural darkness and feel their civil rights being stripped away. Why would I, as a Dane, care? Because we share, we defend, and we fight for the same very values that found the Western society, of democracy, of civilization. I am here fighting with you for what was once so self-evident it never even needed to be said. For centuries, freedom was synonymous with Great Britain. But now these self-evident rights and values must be fought for again. And fight we will by every democratic mean which we have in our hands. And we'll not only fight, we will prevail. The hope, the dreams of freedom are stronger than any force on earth. Throughout Western history, the cradle of freedom has been the mightiest force of all. From the Roman Empire to the streets of London today, the dream of freedom and living in a free, fair and democratic society has inspired generations. It has been the very emblem of the United Kingdom. You founded our civilization by writing the Magna Carta. You abolished slavery. You won over Napoleon. You defeated in both First and Second World War. We will not let down to the political correct class of today's system. Shakespeare once wrote of a castle in Elsinore in north of Denmark, not far from where I am born. He wrote about Hamlet, and I must quote some passages from Hamlet today, because something is rotten in the United Kingdom. Ordinary people, mothers, fathers, veterans, young and old, are now being targeted and treated as criminals simply for voicing their concerns. People like us here today, worried about crime, immigration, and the future of their country, now branded as criminals for daring to speak out. Parents arrested in chatting in private WhatsApp groups. Journalists investigated for simple tweets. A mother jailed for an angry post. This is not the Britain I grew up admiring. This is not the country of Winston Churchill, Margaret Thatcher, or William Shakespeare. This is a nation betrayed by its own elected government, a nation rotting from within. They try to divide us by labeling us racists, extremists, Islamophobes, hoping to shame us into silence. But we reject their labels. Wanting safe streets and secure borders does not make us villains. It makes us patriots. Loving your country and protecting your community is not a crime. It is a duty. And telling the truth can never be hate. As George Orwell, one of England's greatest sons, warned, the further a society drifts from truth, the more it hates those who speak of it. Well, we will speak of it. We will tell the truth. So let us stand strong, brothers and sisters, united and unafraid, from Denmark to the kingdom of your great country. Together we cannot be defeated. Our voices will not be drowned down. From the white cliffs of Dover to the highlands of Scotland, from Belfast to Birmingham, let freedom's voice ring out again. And go take back your country.
Let me tell you now a funny little story, yeah? When we had singers, I know a lad who goes Luton Town matches. I've known him for years. And he said, I can sing. I'll sing a song. And then this morning, in our lads group chat, I got a message from the lad saying, is Bloxy singing? I said, yeah, he is, yeah. Can he sing? He said, can he fuck? So Bloxy, I hope you can sing, bruv.
Hello, London! I've always wanted to do that. Right, we're only doing one number because we're running a bit late. But I want all you lot to sing along with this. It's your turn now. Are you ready? Oasis, 82,000. Me, 500,000. So get your hands in the air, come on! I want you singing along, come on! Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but what I know, it's growing strong. What was in the spring, and spring became the summer, how would I know it come along? Get your hands in the air. Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Let's hear you, come on London, sweet Caroline. Good time never seemed so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now I look at the night and I don't feel so lonely. We fill it up with only two legends. And when I heard hurting runs off my shoulders, how can I hurt when I'm holding you? Come on, dance on me, sing! Warm, that touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Come on, London, sweet. Good time never seems so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would. Oh, no, no. Right, get your hands in the air, come on. Get your hands clapping. Hands in the air. Now your legs. Well, sweet Caroline. Good time never seems so good. Tired your line. These lines never seem so good. Sweet Caroline. Thank you, London.
Well, he certainly shut the lads up, didn't he? On Bloxy. Next, who follows the politics of Germany? A new party, Alternative for Deutschland, come on the scene. How long ago? Less than a decade ago? They've risen. The only party that will save Germany is the AfD. Now, a funny story. The AfD, just a decade ago, were a very small party. Their MP, who's here today, come and visit me when I was in jail. We've spoke for many years. And when he walked in, he sat down, he said, Tommy, Munich is mine. Yeah? He's now the standing MP for Munich. unthinkable just a decade ago. It shows what can happen. He's not politically correct. He speaks out every time. He spoke out on my behalf during my imprisonment. Peter Bryson.
This is a historic day. 1 million English people are here. The world is watching you, but one man isn't here. Your Prime Minister. What are you thinking about him? This is a warm welcome. Thank you very much. You maybe you are asking us why we are here from Europe. Because your enemies are our enemies. Because your fight is our fight. We don't want our daughters, our sisters getting raped. We don't want our brothers, our friends getting stabbed when they are defending them. We don't want judges who are releasing this scum. And we don't want the fake news media. They are telling us that our fight is not right. We are right. And they are trying to oppress us by any possible meaning. I've got 23 home searching this year in my house, so that the American free media wrote that the German Gestapo was there. Yes, that's bad, but Tommy was facing much more worse. You know, he was put into the prison, into jail. They'll try to kill Donald Trump. And they killed Charlie Clark. And they can, but they can't silence us. For each of us, they silence hundreds more standing up and saying, "Rise your colors!" And that's the reason why we are winning. They are telling us, we cannot stop the migration. Come on! You stop the Spanish Armada. You can stop these rubber vessels here, I am sure. Are you proud English? And we are winning everywhere. Donald Trump won the election in the USA. Fico in Slovakia. Orban is ruling in Hungary, Salvini in Italy. And I promise you, we, the AfD, we are going to win any upcoming election in Germany. And we will make Germany strong, as you are going to make Britain great again, and together we will make Europe great again. And my friends, I am watching you and I see here many flags. I see many different crosses. And this is because this
is Britain, because this is Europe, and we have been fighting for this 2,000 years, and we will fight another 2,000 years if necessary. We will never surrender. United we stand.
The Germans watching, wir sind das Volk. As we are the people. Right, next. As I told you today, there's not one single British politician from there that's come here today to speak to you. They were invited, okay? The next gentleman who's coming up now, in the not so distant future, I do believe will be standing in there. Next up, play the video.
There can be no greater happiness to secure their own futures and secure the futures of their loved ones and their children.
They are proud of this country. They want to protect this country.
This country needs an honest, decent, pro-British political force which is actually going to act with integrity, without fear, without favour, and deliver for this country.
Test.
Come on! Thank you. Thank you. Welcome England. Welcome Scotland. Welcome Wales. And let's not forget, welcome Northern Ireland. Where is the Ulster banner? Collectively, we are the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Let no one put that aside. Fly your flags with pride. They represent our countries. They represent our union. Our politicians don't give a damn about our union. The Conservative Party is actually fully named the Conservative and Unionist Party, but they put a border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Our politicians don't stand for us, and I know why. When I was invited to come on this, go on then, let's get it out of our systems. Keir Starmer is a wanker. That wasn't part of my speech, but that's perfectly acceptable. But what I want to say is this. In the run-up to the 13th of September, a lot of podcasters and a lot of interviewers asked me, Ben, if you're invited, will you speak on the 13th of September? It was put to me in a conspiratorial manner, almost as if we had to whisper about the 13th of September, as if I would be breaking some taboo by coming here. And I find the question very, very strange. Why would I, a British politician who believes in democracy, give up the opportunity to speak to the British people? The question is not whether or not Ben Habib should be here. The question is, where are the other bloody leaders of the political parties? Where are they? They all talk about populism. They talk about the majority interest. They talk about the needs of the United Kingdom, but they haven't got the courage to talk to you. Well, I will, and Advance UK will speak for this country. What we stand for, let me tell you what we stand for. We stand for the nation state of
United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We don't just stand for our cultural Christian roots, we stand for our constitutional Christian roots, and there is a difference. People talk about our culture being Christian. They've forgotten that we are constitutionally Christian. What do you think these flags represent? They represent various saints of our country. They are Christian flags. Our national anthem is a Christian hymn. We must not forget this. We, in Advance UK, will stand for the nation state and our Christian cultural and constitutional roots. We will stand for freedom. We will stand against the indoctrination of our children, who are told to be ashamed of our forefathers, who are told to be ashamed of the British Empire, who denigrate Winston Churchill. They call him a white supremacist, the man on whose shoulders we stand today. They call a white supremacist. I say no to all of that. And do you know why politicians aren't here to talk to you today, with my exception? Because they've fallen for this ridiculous cancel culture. They've fallen for the fear that they may be cancelled by not speaking to you. And we will therefore stand fearlessly for freedom of speech. It is the core, it is the heart of a democracy. There can be no progress in this country without freedom of speech. We stand for democracy. We stand against the supranational institutions, the international law, the European Union, the European Convention of Human Rights, the WHO, all these bodies that infect our political system. They are not democratic. They're bureaucratic technocrats who are undermining your voice. It is them who wants to shut you down. We will root them out of the United Kingdom, and we will sack every member of the civil service that does not follow the democratic mandate. And if we stand for nation, freedom and democracy, we will automatically deliver our fourth purpose. And our fourth purpose, about which we are now also aware, is that we have a two-tier criminal justice system. And that has to go. We will bring back equality under the law. The reason Lady Justice is blindfolded above the Old Bailey, something which our forefathers recognised. She had to be blind to deliver justice fairly. You cannot be prejudiced by people's backgrounds or their belief systems. We will once again put a blindfold over Lady Justice, and all British citizens will be equal under the law. Now, I took the step. Some said very stupid step. I've questioned my own sanity from time to time. But I took the step to set up Advance UK because I know, as you heard on the video, that this country needs a new, honest, principled political force which will not bend. And we will not bend. But we can only deliver for you on one condition. We can only deliver for this country on one condition. And that is if you stand up. I can't do it on my own. My team can't do it on its own. We need you, the British people, to join Advance UK. So when you go home today, before you knock back your first drink or switch on Netflix and put your feet up, go on your phones, go on your laptops, go on your iPads, Join Advance UK. Let's become the biggest overnight political force in the United Kingdom. And the last thing I want to say is I love my country, I love you, and I will not falter. I will deliver for you. Thank you very much.
Right. Our next politician has travelled here from Romania. His name's George Simeon. I'll let him tell the story, because just as you saw the election robbed in the United States of America, we saw the election robbed in Brazil. The election was also robbed in Romania.
Raise the colors! Come on, come on! We stand with Charlie Kirk. We, as free Romanians, stand with Great Britain. We all are here to stand for freedom and democracy. And we stand with President Donald Trump and the United States of America. Across Europe, dictatorship is being imposed by Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen. We must stand up for our rights, for homeland, for God, and for our families, for our children, and for the future of our civilization. This year we had annulled elections in Romania. Emmanuel Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, and all the European Union bureaucrats meddled with our elections and annulled the electoral process. This is why I am here in solidarity with the Great British Patriots, to make Great Britain great again, to make Europe great again. We stand together with Tommy Robinson. We stand together with Elon Musk, that managed to bring the freedom of speech back into the social networks. You are a great nation which must survive, and you must stand up for your right, for the future of your children and the future of your democracy, the future of your nation. We will be there to fight, and not only us, the Polish people, the Hungarian people, the Slovakian people will be there and fight with you. Thank you. God, faith, family, and homeland. Let's hear it. Thank you, Great Britain. Thank you, Tommy.
Hello. What a beautiful day, everybody. Yeah, you're having a good time. Do you think Keir Starmer's having a good time? Keir Starmer's right, everyone. There's lots of thank yous I need to give today. Okay, lots of thank yous. I want to thank my mum and dad for putting up with some madness for so long. And So I want to thank my mum and dad, because I love them, for putting up with some madness. My children are here today as well. And they get to see this, which is a beautiful moment for me, because for so many years they heard so much bullshit about their dad, so many lies. My ex-wife's also here today. Still love you, darling. But there's someone else that I need to thank today. We all need to thank today. This would not have happened without the next gentleman, who I want to bring out here to speak to you for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me introduce you to...
Hello. Hello, everyone. Congratulations. Congratulations, Tommy, on putting together an amazing event and really rallying the people of Britain.
Elon, none of this could have happened without you giving the British public access to the truth and giving us free speech and fighting for our free speech. So on behalf of Great Britain and the British public, we're incredibly grateful, Elon.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome, and you may notice this T-shirt that I'm wearing is great British author George Orwell. What would Orwell think? I think that's generally a good way to look at these things. He would want freedom of speech. He would want the people to know what's real. He'd want the people to fight against government oppression and fight for the truth and fight for the future of Britain.
Elon, we are incredibly grateful for your time. We know what a busy man you are. Why is it important for you to be here today speaking at this Unite the Kingdom event?
Well, I'm of primarily British heritage, British ancestry. I want Britain to be greater than it ever has been. I want Britain to remain Britain. I think there's something beautiful about being British. And what I see happening is a destruction of Britain. Initially a slow erosion, but a rapidly increasing erosion of Britain, with massive uncontrolled migration, a failure by the government to protect innocent people, including children, who are getting gang raped. It's unreal. The government has failed in its duty to protect its citizens, which is a fundamental duty of government. This has got to stop. There needs to be massive government reform in Britain. And the people need to be in charge, not some bureaucracy that doesn't care.
Elon, I believe that's what we've started today. Power by the people, sending a message worldwide. Elon, you spend an incredible lot of money on X. Why is free speech so important to you?
Well, I believe you can't get to the truth of things without freedom of speech, without active debate. There's so many on the left that want to just crush debate and put people in prison just for talking, as you were, just for speaking their mind. The essence of democracy is it should be a government for the people, by the people, In fact, this is a government against the people and not for the people. This is why everyone is gathered here today, is something's got to be done. This is unacceptable. The government needs to be responsible to the people of Britain. It needs to protect Britain. It needs to protect the weak, those who cannot protect themselves, especially the children. And when I read about some of the horrific stories and how the government did nothing and tried to hide it, they try to hide these horrific crimes. And then you see how much violence there's on the left, with our friend Charlie Cook getting murdered in cold blood this week, and people on the left celebrating it openly. The left is the party of murder and celebrating murder. I mean, let that sink in for a minute. That's who we're dealing with here. That is who we're dealing with.
Elon, to so many of the British public who are scared to exercise their free speech, they're worried about being imprisoned, they're worried about being attacked, even to share their speech on your platform of X. What message would you give to them?
The message is really, my message is to the reasonable centre. The common sense. So my appeal is to British common sense, which is to look carefully around you and say, if this continues, what world will you be living in? This is a message to the reasonable centre, the people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics, who just want to live their lives. They don't want they're quiet. They just go about their business. My message is to them: if this continues, that violence is going to come to you. You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
Come on, Great Britain. Oh! Come on. We've inspired the nation. Elon, you've spoken a lot about woke culture, the woke mind virus, and how it damages innovation and freedom of thought. We know that DEI often sees people getting jobs when they definitely don't deserve them. Do you think this culture is holding back progress in the West? And what do you think needs to happen to reverse it?
Yeah, I'm appealing to sort of common sense and fairness. I want to emphasize just common sense and fairness, which is that we should make our decisions based on merit, on how, if somebody is talented and hardworking, then that should be the only means of advancement. There should not be discrimination on the basis of sex or religion or any race or anything else. And what a lot of the woke stuff is, it's actually super racist, it's super sexist, and it's often it's anti-religion, but only anti-Christian. Like, well, why only anti-Christian? That's unfair. So this is why, again, my message is to the reasonable middle. Do you not want a world where there is fairness and common sense, and you advance as a function of how hard you work, and your talent, and your integrity? That should be all that matters. And the woke mind virus, that I call it, is against all of that. It's wrong.
Thank you. Elon, we hear so much about censorship being pushed by governments and global corporations and organisations. A lot of people don't understand why we're allowing mass, uncontrolled immigration into all Western nations. Do you believe that there are powerful forces outside of elected officials, someone controlling governments, that are trying to control the flow of information, and how do we resist that pressure?
I think when you look at the behavior of organizations or people, you have to say, what is the incentive for these organizations? And frankly, there's a massive incentive on the left to import voters. So if they can't convince their nation to vote for them, they're going to import people from other nations to vote for them. This is a massive factor. And frankly, it's a strategy that will succeed if it is not stopped. Thus far, it is succeeding. And you see strong movements to allow people who are not from Britain to vote in Britain, to allow people who are not from France or elsewhere to vote in those countries, and thus depriving the citizens of their democratic power. It's really a voter importation thing. And if they're allowed to succeed, if this is allowed to continue, they will succeed in importing voters, swaying the elections, and taking your vote away from you. That is 100% what is happening.
Do you know what's great? The BBC and the mass media cannot control this, can they? I love it.
I mean, the BBC is complicit in the destruction of Britain.
And we pay for it, Elon. We pay for it.
Yes.
We're forced to pay for it. Do you know they send them to jail if we don't pay for it?
You're forced to pay for your own destruction. It's insane. It's unfair. It is wrong.
Elon, a lot of ordinary people that are here today, they feel ignored, they feel censored, or they're labelled just for speaking up about their legitimate fears and concerns in their communities. Do you believe technology, like X or even AI, can finally give power back to those people? Or do you think it will make censorship worse or even automate it?
I mean, that's a complicated question. It really depends on what government is in charge. The government can obviously use whatever powers are available to suppress the people. And so I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And you can't, we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. And really what matters is rallying the people of Britain, really getting the people of Britain to get the message out there, talk to your friends and family, and build a massive power base among the people. And like I said, you really got to appeal to the sort of average, the normal people that just want to go about their business, that they're sort of in a village somewhere, they're working, they just want to mind their own business. But you've got to point out to them that if we don't take action, they won't be able to mind their own business because other people are going to come and maraud them. There's genuine risk of rape and murder, and the destruction of the country, and dissolution of the entire way of life. And so, yes, in the normal course of business, if you weren't under a massive attack, then people should go about their business and just live their lives. But unfortunately, if the fight comes to you, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. So you have to rally all of the people of Britain to fight for the future.
Let me ask
and
the
if
people
this
of
doesn't
Britain,
happen, there won't be a future.
are you ready to fight for your future, Britain?
Fight for your future. Do it. Go.
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
Go. But you know what I mean, Tommy. You know what I mean. I mean, I talk to my friends in Britain, and they're like, yes, they live in a village here or there, or a town or city here or there, and they're like, well, it doesn't seem like it's really that much of a problem. I'm like, well, if you want to know what's going to happen to your town or village, just visit London, and you'll see that it's filled with crime. It often doesn't feel like Britain at all, and it's only a matter of time before that is what happens to your town or village. That will spread town and village in the country, and no one will have any peace.
We're running out of time, people. We're running out of time. Elon, you built rockets, you built cars, you built satellites, you built AI. Things most of us couldn't dream of. It's fair to say you're a visionary. When you look at leaders in Europe and the UK today, do you think they share the same talent for future vision, or do you feel like they'll be left behind and out of touch?
Well, I think we've got to have a freer country, a freer. Europe in general has to be freer. It's stifled by bureaucracy. I think it's good that Britain left the EU because there's just too much bureaucracy in the EU. But frankly, instead of really going down a path of personal freedom and deregulation and getting rid of these stifling regulations, unfortunately, the British government has pretty much stayed on par with the EU. if not in some ways made the stifling regulation worse. If you have excess government regulation and oppression, you stifle the freedom of people to try new and great ideas. And Britain used to be a country that did amazing things, some of the boldest things on the entire planet. And that is possible in the future. But it can't be done if you've got this massive oppressive bureaucracy and a government that doesn't care about its people. And that has to change. There has to be profound change. And there's not much time left.
Elon, you've said before that civilization is fragile. We agree.
Yes.
It's precious. When you look at the West right now, every country in the West, with its wars, its divisions, its censorship, and its declining trust in institutions, none of us trust them at all. None of the public trust them.
For good reason.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic about where we are heading?
I think if the people of Britain take charge and actually ensure that there's a government that represents their interests and not a government that represents foreign interests, then I think Britain has a great future. And I think we can be optimistic. I think there's amazing things that are possible. If the technology that's coming is used in the right way, we can have an incredibly exciting future, one which is, sort of Star Trek made real. It's sort of like the exciting utopian sci-fi where we have spaceships and we've got robots and we've got incredible technologies that are really exciting. But we need to preserve civilization long enough for that to happen, and we need to go onward and upward, and we need to fight for such a future. Such a future is not inevitable. We have to fight for such a future.
I think that many British people had lost hope, but after today's scene, have you got hope again, Britain? Britain is awake. Thanks to you, Elon. Thanks to your input. Can we just ask...
Well, thanks to you, Tommy.
Thank you, brother. Can we ask, what do you see as the future of the UK and Europe in your vision? Where are we heading? What's the future like for us?
Well, I think there needs to be a future where where people take charge, where there's deregulation, a massive reduction in bureaucracy, and generally a new hope, where people wake up in the morning and look forward to the future. They're excited about what's going to happen next. But we must have revolutionary government change for that to occur. And this is not ordinary course of business sort of stuff. This really requires everyone to sort of marshal the people, to take charge, reform the government, and make sure that you actually have a government that is for the people, by the people. And that's essential. And that's not... So we're really at a fork in the road here. We're at a fork in the road to darkness or greatness. And that will be decided only in a matter of years. And we must take the path to greatness. And that's the path that's exciting and inspiring and will make life worth living.
Elon, you've done more than anyone to shine a torch on the crimes committed against a generation of our daughters. On behalf of everyone and on behalf of all of us in Great Britain, you know what, we wouldn't even be in the fight. Not only are we in the fight right now, but we're on the advance. Thanks to free speech being fought for us by Elon Musk. We're very grateful, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you. All right.
Mum.
All right, thank you.
Hello. Mum, I just interviewed Elon Musk. I love it. 2 seconds, I've got to find out where I was. Right.
I'm not coping with that. Also, I now realise that Elon Musk is my warm-up actor. So I'm quite excited. He's so calm. He has real dignity. Like 2 qualities I've never had. But I'm so proud that Tommy managed to get Elon. Oh my word.
I know, because that is a huge moment, right?
That is such a huge moment. Not only just at a basic level of technology and equipment and how do they make that work. Like that is a thing in itself. But for capturing Elon, to have that conversation, and for Elon to say, you don't want this country to look like London, you guys need to take your country back, this government is not your government. Those are big statements right here in the heart of the capital of the UK. I mean...
And especially because I don't know if you've been seeing the reaction on social media, Katie. The mainstream media are saying that only 100,000 people are here. The police are saying only 100,000 people. They're trying to say that there's lots of trouble. Can you just hit back at that, please?
I mean, the numbers. When we were walking here and we could see the overheads, the aerials, 3 million plus people, there's also the joy that's here. The joy of all the people that have joined together from all over the world to come here and sing and feel better and stand on scaffolding and cheer. And then to have Elon, arguably one of the most important voices on the planet, if not on many planets, to speak to Tommy. And it's just such a sort of egalitarian moment. He's not judging, he's just speaking his truths. And I think for Tommy personally, what an amazing thing to have been thrown into solitary, to be told you're worthless, and now to have one of the biggest voices on the planet specifically speak at your event. I mean...
And I can actually feel the Overton window shifting today. Do you know the Reform UK chairman? Now, they're not here today. No one from Reform UK are here today.
No one.
However, David Bull, the Reform UK chairman, posted an aerial footage of the Patriots walking across that bridge and said, what you see here is the silenced majority. And I thought, are they starting to get it, or is he going to be sacked tomorrow?
Oh my God, so when you say David Bull, the Reform chair, you mean the ex-chair? Yes.
Well, he is the new chair, remember?
Yes, he can't be there.
One more day.
One more day. You mentioned Tommy Robinson, you're out of Reform. I'm sorry about that. Did David not get the memo?
But maybe there is a game-changing moment happening.
But
here.
also, there's full credit to you as well, Dan, because I've seen you today. Your setup's brilliant. You are the king of OB now. You are the outside broadcast man.
We've got over 100,000, you know.
You've done marvellous. Your team has been delightful.
Yes, they are.
And I think you've done a really, really good job. And Tommy's voice is amplified by the work of you and your team.
Well, it was you who inspired me to do it. You said, you've got to go live, because I was sort of chickeny now because I was worried about the technology.
It's hard, but you've made it happen. You should be really proud of yourself. The team should be proud. And by amplifying his voice, you make a difference.
Well, the thing is, Tommy asked me to speak when we were at HMP Woodhill.
Yes.
And I said, that's not my role. You know, my role is I do the media and I do the reporting, and I actually think that's the more important role for me.
Yes.
Katie Hopkins is on stage and Middleton is on stage.
Yes.
But what I'm doing is going to report the truth.
That's it. And we all need to know our role. We all work together in our role, but your role is to amplify it. I don't know how many viewers you've got.
Oh my goodness, we've had over 100,000 watching live at one time. We're going to hit 1 million easily today.
So
we're on X as well.
So you get 1 million views. That's your job, and then other people will be able to take this and amplify it further.
Absolutely.
So what you've done today, I think, has been brilliant. I think Tommy should be very grateful.
Thank you so much. And Katie, it would be remiss of us not to have a word finally about someone who was a friend of yours, Charlie Kirk. And I just wonder, when you saw the news earlier this week, how it made you feel. Did you have any doubts, or did it crystallise what you're doing?
Yeah, for me, it's that not a moment of doubt, not a moment of fear, just kind of, where's my passport, where's my constitution, and then to keep walking towards, my message quickly out to people is, we keep walking towards the people who would try and silence us. And when I leave here now, I go to the airport, fly to America to go and support Charlie's work over there. So we keep going, and my message, I guess, to those who would seek to stop us is, you can lock us up, you can take all our stuff, you can deport us, you can shoot one of us, but we're still coming. You will not stop us now.
Amen. And let's head to this tribute on stage right now to Charlie Kirk.
Still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free, and Breathe. Thank you all very much. I love you all. I love you. God bless Great Britain. God bless America. I'm Don Keith. Thank you.
We want everyone now to fall silent as we pay respects for 1 minute for one of the bravest fighters, one of the most intelligent fighters, certainly is going to be seen in our lifetime. To Charlie's family, we all pray for you and we hope we honour his life. And you'll know when the minute's up because the bagpipes will play. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. When you hear people talk about the special relationship between America and Great Britain, this is the special relationship that you're seeing here. It's not between our governments. Does anyone think David Lammy or Keir Starmer have got a special relationship with America? They hate America. They hate everything it represents. They hate freedom. Keir Starmer dared to make a Twitter post about the murder of Charlie Kirk. If Charlie Kirk lived in this country, he'd have been imprisoned for some of the things he said. So today, as well, there's only one country in the world and one government that's fighting for all of our free speech. It's not our government. It's certainly not the European Union. It's the Republican Party in the United States. It's J.D. Vance. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump may not have been elected if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's legacy to us in Great Britain is the only reason we have hope, that we have a fight, that we're still in the fight, and that we have an opportunity to regain our free speech. It's because of the legacy left by Charlie Kirk. His name will live on forever. Let's hope he inspires a new generation of people. Do not let them win. The time is now. Stand up, speak out. God bless Charlie Kirk and God bless the United States of America. We're now going to play a video message. I don't know how many of you have heard of the political party in Spain called Vox. You will all hear about them in the future because they're topping the polls. They've already said they will probably deport 8 million people from their homeland. The future, there's only one.
Okay, let's go now, guys, when there's a break. James, I'll just wait for you to yell out. Oh, I think we might be live now. While there's a little break on stage, I just want to be able to pay tribute to Charlie Kirk with two people who know all about the risks of reporting live. Preston Bates, who is from InfoWars, now based in the United Kingdom, and our very good friend Ezra Levant, the boss of Rebel News, based in Canada, but of course covering this story so closely. So Preston, as an American covering this space, how significant was the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
I think anytime there's political violence in the United States, it always harkens back to assassinations of well-known figures. There's a Kennedy in the White House right now, and so it makes it more visceral immediately. And Charlie's not even a political figure. He's an independent private citizen who called for conversations with his friends and brought millions of people, young people, into politics. So as an American, it strikes right to the core of what it means to be an American, an assassination in broad public. It also harkens back to President Trump, who moved his head after the shot had been fired, and if not for the grace of God, would have had the same sort of situation on camera. So I'm horrified about it. My heart breaks for his young family, and I'm honored and grateful that the Brits have decided to be courageous and come out today and let hope and the future triumph fear and violence.
And Ezra, you have quite chillingly been warning for some time that Tommy Robinson's life is at risk. So how did you feel watching what happened, and are you concerned at all with the security situation here today?
I'm not particularly concerned with the security here at the event, although it was on my mind. There were hundreds of police, although there were some people on rooftops that made me a little nervous. But Tommy has been attacked. I mean, for example, just a few weeks ago in St. Pancras Station, he was threatened. And in the UK, under the Osmond warning system, when police know there's a credible threat to your life, they have to go to your house and hand deliver you a warning letter that there is a real actionable threat against you. Tommy has had 12 Osmond warnings hand delivered to him. That's terrifying. Some of them have gone on to be prosecuted and convicted for attempted terrorism. Tommy is an enemy of the state, but he's also an enemy of different factions. Just a couple hundred feet that way, there was a huge Antifa march today. It's inherent in their politics, violence. And I'm worried about that. Tommy's a free speech champion, but there are street gangs in this country funded either by governments or NGOs that would, I hate to say it, I don't even want to say the words, but they would kill Tommy if they could.
Absolutely, and we've seen, unfortunately, so many lies from the mainstream media, even today, suggesting that the violence is being driven by the Patriots.
One of the most important things the audience needs to understand is that President Donald Trump called on the Department of Justice to have a RICO investigation, which means investigating racketeering into George Soros and his son and their funding of left-wing violence. I think what happened to Charlie is symptomatic of lots of money moving into politics, paid astroturfers who aren't organic, getting a hold of money and being paid to agitate and create violence. And until people go to jail and there's investigations over it, sadly, I expect there to be more violence.
Do you share that fear?
Dan, there's something funny about left-wing violence. Let's talk about Antifa again. It's allowed to exist. But if it was a Hell's Angels organization, if it was the Mafia, the Cosa Nostra, those are organizations that occasionally engage in violence. They're stamped out by police. In America, they use special anti-racketeering laws. Why is it that in the United Kingdom and in America, an inherently violent street gang, the street functionaries of the left are allowed? Like, their police stood by, and if they hadn't been a buffer, the people here would have been attacked. I'm not saying that violence is only on the left, but it is overwhelmingly on the left. And Tommy's essence is debate and talking about unspeakable things that we need to be outspoken about. That's not a leftist view. I am worried, Dan. They don't have the same gun culture here as in America, but they stab them, God forbid. I don't even want to talk about it, but I'm worried about the lad's life. I just am.
The other huge moment, which has obviously just happened and we carried it live, was Elon Musk on stage virtually, but still a huge moment, especially given that the mainstream media are trying to present what's happening today as in some way fringe or far right. Yet there's the world's most important businessman, arguably the most powerful man in the world, endorsing this and expressing his concerns about the United Kingdom. How significant was that moment?
Well, I think it's also notable that Nigel Farage is missing in action, and I think Tommy's new support from Elon, as well as Ben Habib's support from Elon, is really underscoring that something's wrong with reform. Reform either needs reform or there's something curious about that. And this is Elon Musk. I mean, this isn't just your run-of-the-mill American entrepreneur. So Nigel either needs to figure out a way to catch up with the current British moment or really reform to make it an actual right-wing populist organization, something that I know you've been reporting on maybe better than anybody.
Thank you. It was interesting, though, Ezra. I actually was saying to Katie Hopkins just a few moments ago, the chairman of Reform UK, David Bull, has posted an aerial picture of the protesters saying, here's the silenced majority. So at this point, Reform UK's strategy of just ignoring this and trying to pretend this isn't going on has failed.
I'm more sympathetic to Reform than I know you are, and I respect your point of view.
Well, look, I like a lot of the people within Reform UK, I really do. I want them to do the right thing.
The best politicians see when a march is mustering and get in front of it. Nigel Farage would have seen this, and he's a savvy enough, pragmatic enough man to say, I need to be a leader of that. I don't know how that'll be finessed, but let me tell you 3 things that changed the second Elon Musk appeared on that screen. Number 1, Tommy has an ally, a personal connection with the world's most powerful, wealthy, and influential man. And, frankly, given his legal bills, he needs it.
Yeah.
Second of all, the whole world saw that. You can't push him around anymore. You can't put him in jail anymore without the world watching. And by the way, tell me any journalist in London who wouldn't have loved to have a 20-minute back and forth with Elon Musk. That was That was real journalism.
Yeah.
And Tommy is a real journalist. No more sneering from the BBC. But the most important thing that happened when Elon Musk went up on that big screen is that 1 million or 2 million or whatever the number is, people, they may be working class, they may be low income, they may not have gone to university, they may consider that they are ignored by the power in their own country. But now they know they have a special ally who loves them and cares about them and is rooting for them. And I think every single person here has changed just a tiny bit of who they think they are. They're not, as Morrissey would say, nobody's nothings. They're people that are cared about and thought about by very powerful people. Having Elon Musk here reframes it. Tommy is leading a legitimate populist movement that is validated. And I was very excited by that.
How depressing is it, though, that all of our mainstream media are leading on a tiny number of clashes, which we've actually been checking out ourselves. For people who know, it's just across from where we are. There is a huge Antifa protest, and that's where the violence is. But the mainstream media are, of course, saying that it is the Patriots here.
Well, I mean, we were over there a second ago, and we saw pepper spray and bullets. The two sides had been brought together catty corner, leaving me to wonder if they wanted to have some sort of violent conflict. I do think the police have been doing their job. There's an intergovernmental struggle, local police, the British police, etc., the mayor's police. Apparently Tommy's team has been working hand in hand with the police to make sure that it was a peaceful event. But, you know, as Ezra just said, the left is astroturfed, and until there's a nationwide and a global-wide investigation into the funding of left-wing radical terrorism, then we're living in an anarcho-terrorism. It's anarcho for the people like you and me who are trying to live our lives, and it's terrorism at the state level because prosecutors are taking left-wing billionaire money. They're not prosecuting people. The judges are on the payroll. So what do you get when there's no punishment for crime? You get more of it. And so the real question our audience needs to ask themselves, who benefits from an angrier world with more clash? Are we able to talk about policies that make Canada or New Zealand or the United States better if we're too busy, fearful for our lives because the government is forcing us to clash?
Very, very true. And of course, do stand by. Ant Middleton is going to be taking the stage very shortly, and we're really excited about that. There's some star power here today, Ezra, which is what's so exciting.
There sure is. Can I make a quick comment before we cut away? You know, I've been coming to Tommy Robinson rallies for years now. And let me tell you what I think, other than the size of the rally and the caliber of some of the speakers, there's another very important change. And you might not think about it because you're at the center of it. And I'm talking about independent journalists. You too. You know, 5 years ago, you'd come to a Tommy rally, and there'd be a few different. Rebel was there, and Urban Scoop was there, but you could count them on one hand. I look around here today, there are probably 50 independent citizen journalists, and some are pretty serious size. Like, you've got enormous reach. You just hit that big milestone on YouTube. That changes everything. So when you say the regime media is focusing on distractions, focusing on negativity, yes, they are, Dan. But I put it to you, you will have more viewers tonight than the BBC does.
Yes.
And that you will have more viewers than The Guardian does. And so at a certain point in time, you almost say, who cares what the regime media says? They are not the bosses.
Well, thank you to Rebel News. Thank you to InfoWars for leading the way. And we're going to cross back now to Tommy Robinson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
And God save the West.
My voice is back. My voice is back. I forgot. I was meant to say thank you to my coach, my lawyer from the United States, but also to thank Athena Bitcoin. I've got lots of thank yous to give. But Athena Bitcoin have helped us sponsor this event. I've been debanked by every single bank in this country, yeah? I have gone down the rabbit hole a little bit on Bitcoin, but anything that's decentralised that takes the power away from the banks is a benefit for our futures. So thank you to Athena Bitcoin for sponsoring this event. Let me tell you all something. Do you know, we had a condition on this demonstration that it has to end at 6 o'clock. But from what I understand at the minute, we've gone way over our time. But the police have said that your behaviour has been impeccable today. Did you know Did you know that the opposition have been causing mayhem all day? Let me tell you what happened in the last 48 hours. I will release recordings tomorrow. 48 hours ago, Westminster Council revoked our licence for this event. They attempted to make us clash with the Metropolitan Police Force once again. That's what they were trying to do. If we didn't have speakers today, this could have descended into anarchy. That was their intention. In a meeting with police officers yesterday, I haven't slept really for 2 days, because 2 days ago we had no demonstration. In the meeting with the police, I explained to them, lads, they're trying to make us clash with each other. They've done this for a decade. They've made police officers clash with Patriots. They have orchestrated it every time. And 2 days ago, they attempted to do the same again. Just so you all know, the Metropolitan Police Force had a decision to make. Do they enforce an order to prevent our demonstration, or do they allow it? The police made the decision to not enforce Westminster Council's So, can every one of you today thank the police officers today for upholding our rights and not allowing the government to bring violence to the streets of our capital? For too long, decent police officers' reputations have been dragged through the mud, and every time it's politicians at the top making it happen. We're grateful it didn't happen this time. So lads and lasses, you've been very patient. This has been a long event, but is everyone having a good time? Shall we carry on then? We've got another singer here now. Listen again to the lyrics of the song. It's about fighting. We're all here today to fight against the corrupt establishment and the fake news media.
Wow. I was told to take my hat off when I step in someone's house, especially when I'm a guest. I'm from Canada. And I can tell you something. My brothers and sisters from Canada, we support you guys 100%. I can also tell you that something clearly doesn't pass the sniff test. And you know what? We're never going to back down. We're never going to give up. And we're always going to keep fighting. And if you guys can feel that energy here right now.
This is good. And we are live with two of my outspoken favourites, Brother Wendell. Great to see you. And Basin Bougie, who is an outspoken regular, and you're about to be on stage.
Yes, very, very soon. I'm so excited.
Is this the biggest thing you've done in your life?
The biggest thing I've ever done. Like, looking at the millions of people, I just can't believe I'm a part of history, honestly.
And give us a preview. What is your message going to be?
My message is basically going to be, if you don't like the country, you're free to leave.
Now, Wendell, you have a long relationship with Tommy. How has that been for you? Because I imagine there must be lots of people in your life who have said, what are you doing? Do you feel like today you've been proven right?
For many years, I thought Tommy Robinson was a right-wing racist.
changed my mind after the Oxford Union. And when he was doing all the stuff down in Telford, I wanted to interview him. So I went down and he engaged with me. And from then we've connected and I've got to know him. And he's an English gentleman and he's fighting for this country. Many of my own colleagues can understand what I'm doing, but many people in my community dislike, call me a coconut. Am I worried? It don't worry me. I love being a coconut. Big up the coconut. Big up the coconuts.
Based in Bougie, as someone so young,
Yes.
what has the reaction been like towards your political awakening?
Yeah. Do you know what? For the most part, it's been very, very, very positive. So many people have either learned a lot from me and have also been encouraged to tell the truth as well, which is best. Obviously, you have people who might hate or call me an Oreo or a coconut, but really and truly, I could give them monkeys. Because at the end of the day, it's all about truth. It's all about courage. This life is temporary, but the life with God is what's going to be eternal. So that's what should matter.
And Wendell, to the people like Camilla Tominey of GB News, who went on this morning and said that Tommy Robinson is a white supremacist, can you give her a bit of a lesson, please?
Well, if you look at me, I'm called a white supremacist, but I'm an English gentleman down here supporting Tommy Robinson, and he's a gentleman. You know, I can't change other people's perceptions. If they did their research, they would find out what a great man Tommy is, and I will do my best to raise awareness of the great work he's doing.
Literally, when I came to the hotel, Tommy picked up my luggage, dropped it to my room. He checks on me every 5 seconds, even though he has millions of people to also be aware of. Like, he's the nicest, most humble person, and I can't believe people are trying to demonize him.
Yeah, and the point is, those terms racist and far right are sort of meaningless now, right?
It's meaningless. But it does make me laugh when I'm at Speaker's Corner every week. Yeah, I'm called a white supremacist. How can I be a white supremacist? I love my country. I will do my best.
Okay, Brother Wendell, based in Bougie, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Let's cross back to Tommy Robinson.
Big up, big up, big up.
Big up.
Yes, brother.
Right, we have just hit 2.1 million people watching live. Do you know how many people are watching Sky News? 9,000. Right, about a decade ago, I travelled to Poland, where I felt something that I'm feeling today. I felt pride, I felt power, as Patriots took to the city to celebrate their independence. And I sat down with who invited me. He said, Tommy, they hate you in your country. We welcome you. And it was such a strange experience to get that from a politician. That's a politician who's now become my friend, a man who many of you would have seen, a man that I respect. Let's see who's next.
Polish nation rejected your ideas of leftism, so you have lost 7 times.
0. Illegal immigration, none. Not even one will come to Poland. Not even one if it's illegal. You can be called populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
It's Dominic Zero Trzynski.
Raise your voices, Lions! Raise your voices! How are you? How do you feel? Do you feel united? Do you feel strong? Do you feel that we can make it? So send them back! What? Send them back! Let them hear you at the Westminster. Let them hear you in the Westminster, and let them hear you around the world. Over 2 million people watching us now live on Tommy's X. Let's say thank you to Elon for freeing the bird. Thank you, Elon. Come on, Elon! 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 It's over 2 million people watching us. Do you know why? Because we are not a silent majority anymore. We are not silent. Let me hear you, Lions. Show them. I want to ask camera guys, can we show the crowd? They're going to say it was about 100 or 200,000. They will say 300,000. It's over 3 million. And we are taking our Christian Europe back. We are taking this continent because this is our home. I love Poland. I was born Polish and I'm so proud to be Polish. But I'm also a Christian European and I want to live in Europe. If I would love to live in Africa, Asia or any other continent, I would move. But I love you. I love Europe. I love my culture. I love my identity. I love this crowd. I love being European. So what we have to do? We have to send them back. What is my favorite number? What do you think? 0. What is it? Why? Because we have to be very radical. 0 means 0. Enough is enough. We had enough. So now, I want you to know you are not alone. You are not alone. The whole Europe is watching you now. We, Polish conservatives, we do support you. We want our continent back. And we want to be a European family with you, with the British Lions. Raise up your colors. Raise up your colors. Look, show it. Show it to the world how proud you are. There you go. So my message to you is very clear. Be brave. Fight for your country. We are not silent majority anymore. We are majority, but not silent anymore. You will decide about your future. You will decide about the future of Europe. Great Britain. Make it great again. And remember about Polish guys who fought for this country during the Second World War. Give them a round of applause and respect. Let the world know that our Christian civilization built this beautiful continent, that we love it, we fought for it, we died for it. There were so many people telling me, do not go. Charlie was killed. There will be an attack. This is our duty to be here. It's time for brave men. It's time to stop wearing dresses. We have to put an armor. And these are not just words. I'm leaving you with a very strong message. Be a man. Protect your family. Protect your children. Be responsible for this time on the planet. And be brave. Fight for your country. And if ever anyone would ask you, what is your position on illegal migrants? Is 0. Thank you very much. God bless you. And round of applause to my friend Tommy.
Poland. Do you know what is the answer to the cancer of the mainstream media? Citizen journalism. All of you here, there's 170 citizen journalists. Many people here, I'd love to give a nod to every one of you, but many people here in this country wouldn't have seen the truth of what happened in Epping without one certain citizen journalist. So let's show our appreciation to all of them. But Adam Brooks is here somewhere. Where are you, Adam? Adam! He doesn't know though, look. Come on. Come on. All right. Show your appreciation for Adam Brooks' citizen journalism. Open everyone's eyes to what's happening.
This is very unexpected. Look, I just want to say one thing. I'm here for my children. Free speech, for their rights. And one thing I want to say. Save our kids. Save our kids. Save our kids. Save our kids. Thank you very much.
Right, next speech now. When I was in prison in 2017 or 18, it's been a few times, a certain politician who leads a political party in Belgium flew to London to speak up and demand my freedom. He's up next, Philip de Winnaar from Vlaams Belang. Philip.
London. I'm not standing here because I'm a politician. I stand here because I'm a friend of Tommy Robinson. And we have to understand one thing. Tommy Robinson is not an ordinary English guy from Luton. He's a legend. He is bigger than life because he's a symbol of our struggle for freedom, for democracy, and for freedom of speech. And that's why I'm standing here today. Because we are all Tommy Robinson. We are all Charlie Kirk. We are all Pim Fortuyn. All those people who have been persecuted, who have been killed because of their beliefs, because they fight for their family, because they fight for their children, because they fight for their country, because they fight for their traditions, because they fight for our future, for our European civilization. Dear friends, let me ask you one question. At what time London became Pakistan? At what time, at what moment Europe becomes North Korea? The answer is simple. London becomes Pakistan and Europe becomes North Korea the moment our authorities don't respect the freedom of speech anymore. And let's be clear, freedom of speech is under threat because we live in a so-called multicultural society. Mass immigration and multiculturalism are the Trojan horse of Islam. And Islam is the most dangerous thing for our society ever. It's a threat for the freedom of speech. It's a threat for the equality between man and woman. It's a threat for the separation between the church and the state. It's a threat for all of us. It's a threat for our children. It's a threat for what we stand for. Liberty, Europe, England, our kingdom. Dear friends, therefore,
The conclusion is very clear. Diversity, multiculturalism, and freedom of speech is not compatible. It has to be clear that Islam is our real enemy. We have to get rid of Islam. Islam doesn't belong to Europe. Islam doesn't belong to the UK. And the answer is simple. Stop the boats and send them back. Send them back. Send them back. Dear friends, we have to be clear about what we want and where we stand for. Our fundamental freedoms are curtailed not because we are racists. We are no racists. We are realists. And because we are realists, we will never tolerate Islamic colonization of Europe. Europe has to stay Europe and belongs to the Europeans, not to the North Africans, not to the Muslims, not to the Africans. And there is only one response to the persecution, the intimidation and the silencing. Organize the resistance and fight back, because we will not be silenced, we will not bend, we will never give in, and we will take our countries and Europe back. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Are we good, United Kingdom?
Just put your thumbs up.
In the image of Jerusalem, the kingdom of God. And right now, in this day, at this age, at this time, we need to stay united.
What is so brilliant today is that the future of the media is here. Two of my outspoken favourites, Lauren Lunn-Farrow, who is reporting for Urban Scoop today, and Jack Hadfield, who you'll know as Jack Hannes, who has done the most brilliant coverage of the hotel uprising over the course of this summer. And I wanted to speak to you both because you have been watching what's going on today, and Jack, you've been seeing the counter-protests and the trouble that Antifa is causing, yet the mainstream media today are reporting that all of the trouble is being caused by the Patriots here. Can you reveal what's really going on?
Yes, I certainly heard that there was trouble just in Trafalgar Square, and obviously that is where Antifa, Stand Up to Racism, etc. have gathered. You know, there's been some sort of violence instigation in some of the protests I've covered previously, but every time that's happened, it's been instigated either by Antifa or the hard left, or where the police have sort of forced people, kept them in, where, you know, tensions are high, you know, the police instigating, I think, violence, and I think, you know, everyone here has been completely peaceful. You know, when you don't have the police pushing back against them, we don't have Antifa throwing punches. You know, there are hundreds of thousands, maybe a million people here right now, and they're all completely peaceful.
And by the way, it is safe here. I was just smiling. I'm not sure if you can try. I was just smiling at Tommy's ex-wife, who is here. She's here with Tommy's 3 teenage children. It is a completely safe environment. And Lauren, why is it that the mainstream media are so determined? Just come on over, Lauren. Why is it that the mainstream media are so determined to paint a picture of violence today, which just doesn't exist here?
Because the narrative was written before today even happened. They are never going to tell you the truth. I'm a mother of 2. I would not be here if it wasn't the same. I have met people from all walks of life, and this is why it's dangerous. You have to disregard the mainstream media. Look at this. It's full of Christians. It's amazing. The energy is incredible, and it's Antifa that have brought trouble. Only them. Patriots are here united.
But Jack, the BBC are describing today as a far-right protest.
It doesn't make any sense, you know. The BBC, the mainstream media, these people, frankly, I think it's over for them. You know, we have you, we have me, I'm journalist, my great colleague Emma Dunwell, A.Y. Audits, Wesley Winter, Martin Gauci, just to sound a few of these great people out. Who are on the ground, reporting just what we see. You know, we're not spinning it, we're not lying it. Now, of course I have my own views, right? But people know what my views are, they can look at it through the lens of that. Whereas the BBC, they pretend to be neutral. They pretend to be the arbiters of truth in this country, when we know that they're not. The people here are not far-right racists, and that's not the attitude that I've seen at any of these Asylum Hotel protests either. The far right is basically a fantasy in this country. It's not real, and frankly, I don't think it ever has been.
Exactly. So, Lauren, does it actually matter what they say? Does it matter what the British Bashing Corporation or Sly News say today?
They have said there's 110,000 people here.
The police did.
I mean,
the Metropolitan Police are lying to you. There are not 110,000 people here. Times it by 20.
I would say as well, I've encountered the police. I've been very friendly with them. I haven't felt they were overly friendly back. I've been interviewing people all day. And amazing families.
Okay, Lauren, we're going to hand back to Tommy Robinson, who is taking the stage.
Does anyone like Sadiq Khan? Does London need a strong new leader? A man that's not going to bend his knee. A man that's going to stand up for every one of you. A man that served our nation. London's next mayor.
We're called the thinking soldier. It's because we don't just run in and headlessly do the job. We think about what needs to be done.
There's no easy way of building up a special forces operator. There's no shortcuts to it. And being in a combat zone is not a joke.
Yes, London! Wow. The energy, the British pride is absolutely off the scale. And when it comes to the backbone of this country, I'm looking at it right now. Woo! For those who don't know me, my name is Ant Middleton, your future Mayor of London. Now, I walk through London on multiple occasions, and what I see in London, I see British culture, but I don't feel it. I haven't felt it for years. However, today, walking past Big Ben, looking at the flags, looking at you lot, I felt that British pride, British culture at the very forefront because of you lot. It's because of us British patriots that I felt British culture come alive today in London than I've felt in a very, very long time. Something we must not let the establishment eradicate. Our British culture, we should be proud of it, and it is right in front of me. It's us, it's you. Now, a lot of people ask what British culture is. British culture is British history. It's our rich history. It's our heritage. We should be extremely proud of that. Do not let anyone take that away from you. With every culture, or more or less every culture, a religion is attached to it. With our British culture, it's Christianity. We are a Christian country. We adhere to Christian values, principles, and morals. And you don't have to be religious to know that they're just, they're right, they're fair. And we must not let that be taken over by another ideology or another religion. We are not, and I will say this again, we are not a multicultural country. We are a British cultured country. With a multicultural society. Very important that you realise that. The umbrella culture is British culture. If you want to come in, if you want to integrate, if you want to fit in, then accept our British cultured umbrella, which is based on Christian values, principles and morals. For too long, it's been taken away from us. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. Who remembers back at school when you sat down in assembly and you got your hymn book out and you started singing off the hymn book? When a night one is Spurs, keep oil in my lamp. I didn't know what I was singing about, but I knew it brought us together. I knew it was establishing that British identity in us. And that's very important. That's been taken out of our schools. Christmas. We can't even fucking celebrate Christmas nowadays without offending someone. Christmas is our Christian values, morals and identity. Celebrate it with pride. That's super important. And I can announce, and I will announce, that I will be running for Mayor of London in May 2028. And I will be running independently for you. Not for any political party, but for the people. I will be your voice. I will be there to action stuff. I will be there to keep you safe. And I will be there so you can have that unity, so you can go about your business, concentrate on your family, and concentrate on what's important. When it comes to safety and security, I know my stuff. Trust me. Being in the Special Forces and protecting my country, seeing how it operates, I know exactly what needs to be done. And that will be my priority as Mayor of London, to make this city one of the safest cities in the world within my first term. And I will achieve it, mark my words. The Mayor of London position was never meant to be a political position. It has been politicised. That's why I'm running independent. I will take the politics out of London. I will take politics out of our police force. Our police force has been compromised and is being used as a political tool. I will stop that straight away. We will function under our British cultured umbrella. We will adhere to the boundaries of that umbrella. Doesn't matter who you are, we will make sure that you adhere to it. You will also be sheltered by our umbrella. By all means, come in, fit in, integrate, and you will be welcomed. However, go against it and we will force you out. As simple as that. If you are here illegally, you will be forced out. If you are hostile against our way of life, against our British culture, we will force you out. And we will start in the very core, the crown jewel of England, London. I must wrap up now. Time is calling, and they're going to pull the plug on us. But today marks a monumental day of unity. Look when everyone comes together. British pride, British culture, in the heart of our England, in the heart of our capital. It is phenomenal. I'm feeling it. And you guys, honestly, have reinstalled my faith in what a backbone is. Because it's right in front of me. Now I'm going to show you a quick video. A quick video is going to be shown. I will be running independently. I need your support. I will be running for you and you only. I need your support. But remember, we're here to fight for our country, to fight for our capital, and to fight for one another. Never, ever forget that. If we can put 2 to 3 million people in our capital city today, just imagine what we can do when the time comes. If it comes. London, you're amazing. British Patriots, I fucking love you.
Right. So, as I told you, we've exceeded our time. We're going to make an appeal to the organisers. We're speeding it up. We want it to be safe. When we do leave here, we leave via Victoria. We know we've exceeded our time. We've got some people who are here who have travelled from far. We won't be long, okay? We're nearly there. Now, there was a terrorist attack a few years ago in London, and our government tell us to run and hide if there's an attack. When has it ever been the British way to run and hide? Never. In Israel, when there's a terrorist attack, they don't run and hide. They run towards the attacker. For those of you watching this at home, there's a football club in England called Millwall. They have quite a reputation. Their song. So today, we're going to recognise that man.
That was absolutely brilliant. Stand here, we're going to be live in one moment. And we are live with Anne Middleton, who was just off stage. And that was incredible. There's a bit of news, though. The police are trying to shut us down. What are you hearing?
Yeah, they're trying to pull the plug. I think we've gone over our time, but to be fair, they've been very good today. They've been very lenient, and they're letting us crack on. So my 10-minute slot was a 5-minute slot, but I think I got my message out there.
You absolutely did, but let us know what you didn't get to say.
Do you know what? It's just about, unity is about having a belonging, having a purpose, having something to drive towards, to thrive towards, and that's our culture, that's our identity, right? If you lose your identity, you lose purpose, confusion kicks in, frustration, anger, violence. You've seen how it transpires. So my message is one of unity, but also just realising where we come from, who we are, where are our true values and principles, what do they stand for? And I think we've forgotten that. We've taken our eye off the ball over the last 2 decades.
But you have made a big personal decision, right, Anne? Because, when I first knew you had a big showbiz career, things were going very nicely, huge big jobs in Australia. You sacrificed that by saying, I'm getting political and I'm going to be the next London mayor.
I didn't realise at the time how much it would affect my media career.
You've lost a lot?
I've lost a lot because I'm my own person, but they don't mix. You either go with one or the other, but my
So
purpose,
you're all in now?
All in. My purpose and my calling is to serve once again. I've served my country down, I've served my queen, God rest her soul, and I think it's time to serve my people. And I really, really mean that. The calling is too big for me to sit in my hands and live my nice life and, with my family. I've got to do something about it because I know that I can implement change, and my moral compass won't allow me not to give it a bloody good go.
And can you just tell me what the situation was with reform? Because you were obviously at the inauguration with Nigel Farage, pictured with Nick Candy. Everyone assumed that you were going to be the Reform UK London mayoral candidate. Then you agreed to speak here, and we know how Reform UK feel about Tommy Robinson. Was that part of it, or was there another reason why you decided to go independent?
You know what, it's multifaceted. So I love Nigel, I love Reform. Still very much, got my foot in their camp. I think they're great, but I just think we need an independent mayor, Dan. I think that mayoral position has been so politicised, and you can see the political tool that's being used within the Metropolitan Police.
Yes.
It's being, you see it by the two-tier policing, you see it by the decision-making on the ground, you see it with the DEI programme. I think it will be super refreshing for someone to run independent for the people, that's not being pulled or swayed by a political party.
So important.
And also that will be the voice for the people. Just to take away the politics.
And look, we have to talk about the damage that Sadiq Khan is doing, though. This is an evil man, and he is destroying the world's greatest city.
Yeah, he is. He's destroyed the world's greatest city.
Sadly, you're right.
And I've got my work to cut out, and that's why I want people to remember their roots. I want to remember where they come from. I want them to remember that. You look at our courts. It's Christian. They're done on Christian values, beliefs. Everything is done under Christianity. Look at our calendar year. We've got Easter. We've got Christmas holidays. Every Sunday's going to be church. I think when you try and dive into this multiculturalism, if we're of all cultures, that means we're culturalists, right? And then that means we have no identity.
Yes.
And here's where lies the problem. Sadiq Khan promotes his religion over his people. And that isn't the religion within our country.
Nope.
Our religion within our country is Christianity.
But we have a Home Secretary now, Shabnam Mahmood, who says she is driven by her faith. And that is a Muslim faith, that is an Islam extremist religion.
And this is why I say on my X, I put a point out saying these top tier, and I'm talking about the top tier political positions, they shouldn't have any Muslim mayors. They shouldn't have any, in these top tier positions. I'm not saying, councillors and stuff like that, but I'm talking about people who are making decisions for the people in a Christian country with our Christian culture.
And when people say that you're far right for saying that, what's your response?
Well, no, I know my history. Right? People say, what is British culture? Well, it's pretty simple. It's British history, Dan. When I signed the dotted line at the age of 17 to protect my country and my queen, talk about a history lesson thereafter. I found out everything, about World War I, World War II, where we come from. Christianity is intertwined in our foundations,
and we shouldn't be ashamed of that.
So when something doesn't go to plan, what do? You always fall back on the foundations, don't you? You always fall back on your training. Well, that's what we need to do, because London and the country is so out of control. We need to almost wipe the slate clean, fall back on our foundations, which are Christian principles, values and morals. And guess what? The courts, our police force, everything, the rules and regulations. There's our British culture umbrella. You will be sheltered and protected. Don't get me wrong. But you step outside of these boundaries, then you're going to be punished no matter what.
And just a final word on Charlie Kirk. Obviously, you're a security expert.
Yep.
How afraid should we be? What can we do to keep ourselves safe, but also to keep Tommy Robinson safe, to keep you safe, to keep Nigel Farage safe? Do we have a threat in this country?
Yeah, it was disgusting when they said about Nigel Farage.
Sorry, we're just live. We're just live. We're streaming live. He's had a couple.
Yeah.
But on a very serious point,
on a very serious note,
what do we need to do to keep our leaders safe here?
Do you know what? We have got and again I'm biased, the best intelligence service in the world, or we used to have until they got compromised, right? Until they got politically compromised. We used to have the best police force in the world until it got politically compromised. We used to have the best military in the world until it got politically compromised. We need to extract the politics from all of this, right? And just allow people
to do their work to the best of their ability. And also, Dan, what's really, really dangerous over the last few years, the last maybe 10, 15 years, is we are ticking boxes in front of capability and performance.
Yes.
Now, I don't mind ticking a box and going, okay, but capability, performance first, and then maybe you can have a box ticking exercise. But when you do the opposite, when you tick boxes and then you know, standards drop, and guess what? You never know what's going to happen.
Did you feel safe on stage today?
Yeah, I felt safe. Do you know what? Safety in numbers. When I was walking through here, honest to God, my goosebumps. Because, like I said, I walk through London near enough every day, and I see the culture, but I don't feel it anymore. You know the energy, the motivation. It's changed. But today, I walked past Big Ben with everyone. I was almost in tears, Ben, because I could see Big Ben in all her glory, and I could just feel British pride and British culture. They brought the culture alive.
And we now need to take that back. But absolutely brilliant today. Good luck. Thank you, man. And we're going to keep talking a lot.
100%
over the
man.
next year.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you so much. And Middleton, thank you so much. And cross back to the stage.
No, 100% not.
Right, I've got 2 minutes. That's all I've got. But where do you start with 2 minutes? Anyway, first thing I'll do is pay tribute to all you guys out there. You've been absolutely magnificent. I'm just going to talk about 2 people, Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan. They're an absolute disgrace to this country. They make my blood boil. The reason I'm here today was I met with Tommy and I said I've just got to get it out of my system. I literally could throw a brick through my television every time Keir Starmer comes on or Sadiq Khan comes on. They're 2 of the worst people I've ever known in my history of being in business. Been in business for 52 years, building an engineering solution provider to the aerospace and defence industries. And how magnificent that's been. We're supplying our armed forces with equipment. And you know what? I raise my mic to the armed forces and all of you here who are part of it. Right, I think I'm probably going to have to go because we haven't got time, but I've just got one thing. This is my long-suffering wife of 3 weeks and 1 day. And we're still together. Thank you, everyone. If you could be up here and see the view we've got with those flags and national pride, it's absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone from London, everyone from Great Britain.
Right, we've got these lads have turned up to speak. Unfortunately, the council can come down on the organisers. We have a good relationship, so lads, I'm sorry, man. We're going to have to end it here, which means I'm sorry. I feel bad. They're going to. We don't want any trouble. There's a load of riot police out the back. Right. Thank you, everyone who's turned up here today. Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to have to come back and finish this off. Sorry, lads. Lads, we're planning already the next event. Unite the Kingdom, unite the West. London has been chosen as the battleground. Go to the web. We have a website, utk.events. We'll keep you updated with the next date. Thank you for the way you've impeccably behaved. You've embarrassed them. And lads, as I said, young Bob, you've all followed young Bob. Let's hear it for him. Cole Benjamin, everyone, let's hear it for Cole Benjamin. He's been around since the start. Andrew Bridgen, the only MP. the only one, and Billboard Chris, who's travelled here from Canada. Right, everyone, we'll end it on Jerusalem, so then as we're leaving, yeah? Can you You can only, lads. Sorry. Right, everyone, as we leave, we'd ask that everyone leaves via Victoria. Once again, thank the police. We've overstayed our time, but we're very grateful for the way this has been policed and the day we've had, yeah? So now we'll as we leave in an orderly fashion to the most beautiful tune of Jerusalem.
Yes, that's better. Let's go.
Bring me my spear of clouded gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear of clouds unfold. Bring me my chariots of fire. I will not cease from so far, nor shall my soul sleep in my head till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
Right, remember everyone, leave a
What a day. What a day. I am joined by Andrew Eborn of the Andrew Eborn Show, Don Keith of The Real Beef.
Yes, sir.
With Don Keith, a close ally of Tommy Robinson. Okay, can we get to the breaking news first, though? The police forced this day to be wrapped up before all of the speakers had finished. Andrew, you were hearing what was going on backstage.
I've heard reports about what's been covered by the mainstream media.
Yes.
And they're talking about the troubles and so on and so forth. The reality, this has been a big, fun celebration, a family day, which is what Tommy and the various other people were emphasising. We're going to be here. It's all about freedom of speech. It's all about coming together. And it's been a wonderful,
So why have they
atmosphere.
ended it?
I don't know. And what we were saying on stage is that Westminster Council were going to cancel the whole thing. And so he had to turn around and say, let's talk to the people, let's go, talk to the authorities. And the great news is, and well done him for doing this, he turned around and said the police were so supportive, they wanted him to do it. So it has been a brilliant event. I have to say, it's been fantastic seeing old friends and new coming together to say freedom of speech is great. What I also love, Tommy's been on my show several times, as you know, Elon Musk, his father Errol was on.
Yes.
Elon Musk was there.
Yes.
How good was that?
That was one hell of a
Well done,
moment.
Elon. Thank you for that. Brilliant.
Don Keith, though, it is a real shame because think about this. There were some incredible people we didn't get to hear from.
right.
Young Bob, who was the representative for Turning Point UK.
right.
He was going to be paying tribute to that man, Charlie Kirk.
Right.
He wasn't allowed to speak. Carl Benjamin of Lotus Eaters, he wasn't allowed to speak. I say shame on the police for not allowing this peaceful event to go on.
Yeah, you know, it's too much free speech for the Labour government. They're probably all breaking out in hives today.
Yes.
But yeah, like you said, they'll do anything to put a damper on such a great event, and it was very peaceful. Everybody had a great time. You know, this is the sixth one of these I've been to, Dan and Andrew. This is the sixth one. This is the most massive I've ever seen.
You're an OG.
Yeah, I'm an OG. I'm an honorary Brit, is what Tommy calls me. But yeah, it was so electric. The energy was incredible. When we were marching here, the weight of the crowd was so much. My ribs were like caving in because the people were it was just so massive.
Well, this is different.
Yeah.
Come on, let's admit, you know, all of you have done incredible work to get us to where we're at today.
Thank you.
But today was different. So I can actually reveal to people today, I have been receiving text messages from senior people within Reform UK saying, we are having to take note of what's happening today.
Right.
Senior people within the mainstream establishment media in this country saying after what happened today, Nigel Farage has to be very nervous. What do you think,
I think
Andrew?
that's absolutely right. Well, Ben Habib, as you know, has been a regular also on the show. It was great to hear him speak. And you turned around and said, a shame on the other politicians who basically have sidelined Tommy. And whatever the history might be, the message is so clear, isn't it? Don't shoot the messenger. Free speech is what it's all about. The reality here, it was a wonderful, unifying experience where people turned around and said, we have to have the right. What I don't get, Dan, as well, is how there can be an alternative, how there's an anti-demonstration. This was about free speech. How can you be against free speech? It makes no sense at all, but all credit to people sitting up and listening now.
And I mean, Don Keith, would it have done Nigel Farage any harm to be on this stage today?
No, not any harm at all. As a matter of fact, the invite has been extended to Nigel and Reform since these began, but apparently Nigel doesn't have the courage to come out like a Ben Habib did. Tell me how much courage it took Ben Habib when no other politician will stand at a huge, I mean, almost 1 million people here. And there's 1 million people here, and the only person who had courage from a major party, or what's going to be a major party, it was Ben Habib. Now that's courage, that's leadership.
Not one elected member of Parliament. Not one. Ben Habib is not an elected member of Parliament. That is a real shame.
That's right.
But I do wonder, given all of these people who are looking at what's going on, if the next rally things might change.
Well, they have to change, absolutely, on that sort of basis. Of a few years before the next election, you need to turn around. Doesn't matter about the messenger. Listen to the people on the streets and the joy that they had, and they welcomed Ben as the only politician.
Yes.
He got
a
drink.
huge response.
Oh, wasn't that fantastic? But what it was the message. And we're on that sort of basis. We're listening to you, the people. That's the key.
But look, the huge news line out of today, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Massive moment.
Yeah.
It was about a 20 minute
Yeah. 20 minutes.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, any journalist in this country, as Ezra Levant said to me, any journalist in this country would want a 20-minute back and forth with Elon Musk. What was fascinating, I think, is that surely now no mainstream media organisation in this country can say that Tommy Robinson is not a journalist, because he asked the questions of Elon Musk about the future of our country in a way that no mainstream journalist in the UK has been able to.
That's exactly right. You know, you talked about GB News. It looks like they made a step in the right direction today, too, because I understand they had a representative out here today, which is a first for GB News. So kudos to them for actually finally putting someone out here and reporting real news when nobody else will. Like Dan Wooten and yourself, you guys are out here always reporting the real news.
And does it matter now what the British Bashing Corporation says? I mean, they've described it as a far-right riot. Does it matter?
No, they can call us whatever they want to call us.
And that's the really sad thing, in the light of Charlie Kirk and that sort of stuff. Labelling people as far-right just to shut up the message is wrong. And the sad thing, we should mention about Charlie Kirk, a lot of tribute paid to him today.
For good reason.
For good reason, absolutely. But the horrendous thing, he was trying to encourage dialogue.
Yes.
And that's all it was, peaceful dialogue, sit down and listen to an alternative message.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the left will not do that, will they? And I mean, as an American, how devastating have this week's events been?
It's very devastating. Charlie Kirk was, put this politics aside and, all the campus events he does and all those things. He was just a really good man. He was a father. He was a husband. He was just a good man, and he provided a platform to people where they could come and do it right. He wasn't a vicious person. He wasn't malicious. He debated the issues, which is what our government, our system of government was created to do. Here in the UK as well, we're supposed to, create a system where people could come out and debate, right? Cordially debate, civilly debate. He did it the right way, and they killed him for it.
Andrew Eborn, John Keith, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's a real pleasure to see you. Take care.
And we're now going to speak to the man of the moment, Tommy Robinson.
How are we, bro?
You come in here, you've lost your voice.
I know.
You've lost your voice. But congratulations.
We came
An
and saw
incredible event. An incredible event. And for 20 minutes, you went back and forth with Elon Musk on stage.
Oh, no.
How long have you been keeping that secret? And tell me how it happened.
Do you know what? I'm grateful to Elon Musk for everything. Do you know what you're witnessing today? I truthfully believe you're seeing the spark and the process for a cultural revolution in Great Britain. People are going to show pride in their nation again. We're going to celebrate your identity. You see the flags, they're never going away anymore. Our next generation will be brought up to love this country, show pride in it. There has been a globalist revolution for 20 years. We are the counter-revolution. None of that could happen without Elon Musk. With free speech. They're fighting for our free speech. I'm just very grateful. Do you know what I'm more grateful for? Do you know to put on this event? Do you know how much this costs? Do you know the average British person, £5, £10? Yep. We don't have no mass funding.
Yep.
I'm very grateful to them who made this possible. I'm grateful to the stewards. There were teams of stewards here, all volunteers, women, Kaz, Tony, Carla, groups of women who have come together to help organise this, that none of this day, it's not, I play a role, but none of this would have happened without the people donating, the people supporting, without security, without everyone coming together, and without the public turning up with the right attitude, because the British public, they have a right to be so bloody angry.
Yes.
Right? They didn't bring anger today.
Yes.
Right? They didn't bring anger.
They didn't.
They brought love.
And when you think about what happened just this week to Charlie Kirk in America, we have got through today safely. Sure, the mainstream media...
Let's this be a message for Neil Oliver, for all the other people who tried to scare the public into standing up. You're as much, if you tried to scare people, you're as much of the problem. At the same time, many of us have got targets on us. You don't have, not just by the left, okay? Camilla Tominley, she said I'm a white supremacist. She put a target on me.
Yes.
Nigel Farage lied and said that I have convictions of violence against women. He's put a target on me.
Yes.
It's not right. We don't just have the far left or the left wing. Every establishment figure,
yes,
right, left,
yes,
if they're in the establishment group, they are lying, smearing and putting targets.
But unfortunately, there have been lies today, Tommy. I'm not sure if you're aware. The BBC, British Bashing Corporation, has spoken about a far-right demonstration. The Daily Mail splashed on its front page before the rally had even began, brace for violence. So it does feel like the mainstream media are still the big enemy here.
They're digging their own grave. Do you know why?
We had over 2 million watching live.
Yes.
Dan, how many of you had?
We have had over 1 million on YouTube today.
So
over 1 million on YouTube already.
We are the media, and do you know those million who tuned into you, the 2 million who tuned into us, and the millions who turned up today?
Yeah.
They've seen it's the great British public. It's families.
Yes.
It's women. It's not far right.
No.
So now people can see they've lied to you about us. For over a decade, they've lied to you. We're not perfect, okay? We're not perfect, but we're not racist, we're not far right, we're not extremists. We love our country, man, and today, hope is contagious, yeah?
It is.
We've given hope today. People will be going home from here thinking, wow,
Yes.
man, Britain's awake.
Yes.
Britain has told the world.
And
I'm
by the
so
way-
glad it happened in our capital.
And by the way, I do wonder if there is maybe a bit of an Overton window shifting moment with Reform UK. The chairman of Reform UK, who was a man called David Bull, posted a picture of the Patriots walking across Waterloo Bridge and said, these people are not far right, these are the silenced majority. Was it disappointing for you not to have a representative from Reform UK here today, not to have Nigel Farage on stage with you?
I tried our last demonstration to make peace. I said, we don't want to be at war with you, yeah? All we want to do, we want to create a cultural revolution. The 20 million who didn't vote, we want to get them, yeah? And we want to give them identity. Please just stop lying about us. That's all I ask. Stop.
But they haven't.
And if they stood up and said, I'm sorry, I got it wrong, I thought this, I thought that, then fair enough. But they double down, they keep doubling down and lying, not just about me, but you see when he says this is not a far-right demonstration, it's his colleagues who have falsely tarnished all these people.
Great.
So, again...
But I wonder if a political star was born today in Ben Habib. He got one of the biggest reactions outside of probably you, Katie Hopkins and Ant Middleton.
So, Reform, and all I hear from supporters is, well, they have to separate from you. It's like, they can't speak up for you. No, the public are fed up of that. Tell the truth, it don't matter who it's about, yeah? Tell the truth. Ben Habib has stood for truth, and today I've said I joined Advance because any party that doesn't believe in free speech. So again, I hope Reform see the error of their ways, but they don't believe in free speech.
Well, look, let me tell you, just finally, I've had a lot of messages today from senior people within Reform UK. They are watching, and a very senior national newspaper editor messaged me today saying Nigel Farage will be watching that and be very, very concerned. So I think there is a big wake-up going on, and it's been a huge success today.
Nigel Farage, you need to apologise to my family for the lies you told. That's it, yeah? Me, personally, this movement needs a political party, and that political party, after today, is Advance UK.
Tommy, you did so bloody well. Go and get some sleep. Go and get some sleep. And thank you so much, yes of course, and thank you so much for your coverage today, your support today. We have been so proud to bring you this coverage, and of course, we will, sorry, these guys are just going, but of course, I'll let him listen.
Everybody came together. Okay, I'm just disappointed that we didn't get to finish the event, so we're going to do a part 2, Unite the Kingdom. The next one's coming with world leaders that are going to be present in the next one. See you later.
Fantastic, well done, mate. Okay, good. Good, you got it? Right.
So, thank you so much for watching. That was a bit of a chaotic finish, but obviously worth it for us to have Tommy Robinson with us. If this is your first time watching Dan Wootton Outspoken, I'd really like to just tell you a bit about what we do. We are live Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. on YouTube. You can subscribe to our Substack, www.outspoken.live. We are available as a podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Rate and review. And the most important thing that we can do is begin this independent media revolution. So thank you so much for being with us all afternoon. This is our first ever outside broadcast. We've had over 1 million of you, so I'm totally overjoyed. This is the start of a revelation. And remember, I will always keep fighting for you. Get home safe. Thank you so much.